am Sewami here. Did you know that the month of October is World Remit Teacher Appreciation Month? Did you also know that you could win a grand cash prize gift of up to 10,000 cedis for that favorite teacher of yours this month? Well, we all have our favorite teachers, those that made lasting impact on our lives. But let me ask you, when was the last time you took time out to appreciate that special teacher of yours? The one that made a long-lasting impact in your life? I am excited to partner with global money transfer company World Remit on this month-long campaign to appreciate and honor teachers in this country. Don't miss an opportunity to tell your teacher how special they are and how much help they have been to you. All you have to do to participate is to record a 2-minute video talking about that special teacher of yours and upload it on social media using the hashtag Teacher Appreciation Month and Teacher Mo. Now, in addition to the grand prize, the first 80 participants with the most interesting videos stand a chance to win 500 Ghana cedis for their favorite teachers throughout the month of October, kind courtesy World Remit. All you have to do is to visit www.teacherappreciationmonth.com for instructions and guidelines on how to participate. And it's about time we let our favorite teachers know how much we appreciate them. Share your story today, and most importantly, happy Teacher Appreciation Month to all teachers in Ghana. Yedamwase, Teacher Mo.
Well, I woke up to the sound of silence, the cars were cutting like knives.
Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. My name is Alfred Amuzu, and welcome to the Ghana Agenda. Today is March 12, 2022, and today we have two very interesting issues that we would be breaking down. We are looking at the judgments or the decision by the Supreme Court on the Justice Abdulai versus Attorney General case, which is a case having to do with proceedings in Parliament on November 16th and November 30th, where the 2022 budget was debated and passed. Of course, Abdulai, who is the plaintiff in this case, went to court seeking for interpretation of Article 102, 1041 and 1043 of the Constitution. And we're going to look at the issues that the court decided and how it was held. And then we would look into whether, the decision or how that decision has been, received by the population of the people. I have with me today spokespersons from both the NDC and the MPP, and they'll be helping me go into the details of what we all read in that court decision. The second issue we'll be talking about is the increasing spate of robbery that we've seen in our country for the last few months. And I'm talking here about the bullion vans robberies, where it was found that certain members of the police service were actually caught or alleged to have been the ones conducting those bullion van robberies. We'll go into the details of that. We'll understand whether our police forces have been infiltrated by criminal gangs and what can be done to rid our security forces of these gangs. If you're lucky today, I'm also expecting a legal practitioner all the way from Ghana who will be joining us. Now, he's in class. This is the person this is somebody who actually is a senior of mine in my elementary school. He did promise that he will join right after his class, so we'll see. We'll keep waiting and seeing if the connections, of course, the internet situations in Ghana, if the connections will permit us to bring him on. I'm talking about Derek. Derek will be joining us to discuss some of the legal questions we have around the judgment that we will be analyzing today. Okay, so let me take a quick break just to check the green room to see if guests are situated. Please share the link if this is the first time you're watching the Ghana Agenda. This show talks about political and financial, economic related issues coming from Ghana on a weekly basis. We always on Saturday at 2 p.m. I want to take the opportunity to say a shout out to all the Aflawa Association of North America members who've been supporting this program. Togwi Fiti, Togwi Hanyo, and the rest who on a weekly basis support this program. I'm so grateful for that. I also want to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to the ACO Radio family for, having us broadcast on their channel for the last 1 year, and we are getting stronger and stronger by the day. And of course, to all the viewers who come here every week to listen to us, please share the link so that others can join, so that we can get into the details of the judgments that we just received from the Supreme Court, and also the bullying van situation and whether criminal gangs have infiltrated into our security forces and what can be done about those. Please share the link. We'll be right back to get into the conversations. Let me check the room to see if my main man, Paul Disosu, and Afa Ameya of the MPP are ready to go. We would be right back.
Are you 65 years or older?
Just one more pick, JJ,
Okay,
please.
so I think something is frozen here. Yeah, please share the link, and then
Are you
we would
65 years or older?
It's playing. It
Good
just doesn't
news.
show here. Okay.
Illinois has expanded its Medicaid health insurance program to everyone 65 and older, regardless of your
All right. All right, welcome back to the show. I'm playing the commercials, but I'm not seeing it on my end as playing or not. But again, if you are listening to us and if we are having some sound issues, please let us know. For whatever reason, my son has defaulted. Now, the issues we table for discussion today, again, are the Supreme Court's judgment that we just received and the bullying van thieves who, by our understanding, are our police forces. Please, if you're watching or you're listening and you can't hear my sound, let me know so that I can adjust. In the meantime, please tell a friend to tell a friend. The Ghana agenda is on, and Alfred Muzu and the team are seated and ready to go into the details of the topics we table for discussion today. So I'm going to take the first one and do a little bit of editorial on it while we wait for the team to join. So on November 26th of 2020, we all witnessed what happened in Parliament, where the 2022 budget was tabled for, or a question was raised about whether, the budget should be suspended for, the discussion should be suspended or put on hold so that the Minister of Finance can, or the government in this case, can consult with the various stakeholders before we are brought on, or before the approval process commences, to which the speaker decided to put to a vote. Let me bring in quickly, Afa, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I cannot hear myself, but so I don't know whether my microphone is coming on cleanly. But if you can hear me.
I can hear you clear and loud. So maybe there may be some technical hitch, but I can hear you clear and loud.
Okay. I will check it on my end shortly once you get the opportunity to give your introductory comments. But Afa, the things I've tabled for discussion, as you are aware, are that, we have judgment now, fully published on the Justice Abdulai versus Attorney General, which is the case about the budget that was passed in Parliament initially rejected on the 26th, and then that rejection was rendered null and void for another approval, which was conducted on the 30th. Abdulai went to court seeking clarification on Articles 102 and Articles 104 of our Constitution. Now, 102 is an article that gives our parliamentarians. So 102, as we know, it is an article about creating a forum. If you have read the decision, you would even it went into the details of that. It's for creating a forum for debating issues that are brought to Parliament. So, for instance, if a minister is brought to Parliament to answer to specific questions, etc., a quorum needed to be formed for those discussions to happen, and that quorum is actually guided by Article 102. Now, 104 also talks about quorum, but a different nature of quorum. This type of quorum that is discussed in 104.1 is actually for decision making on the floor. So if a loan agreement were to be decided on, that it's guided by Article 104.1. These are the articles that Abdulai is seeking clarification for because there's some different or rival interpretations of the articles, which invokes or which makes the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court come into being, or in other words, the Article 103, 130 jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to be, sort of the clarifier of what our Constitution, or the interpreter of our Constitution, especially where there are rival meanings attached to it. So I'm sure you've read the ruling. We are going to go into the details of that. But before we start that, how are you doing? Any preliminary comments before we jump into those details and kind of break it down for our listeners to enjoy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Amuzu. I'm doing great, and it's always a pleasure to come here and listen. And if I am to take what has gone on this week on our platform into consideration, we're going to have a very interesting
conversation
today, and I'm really excited, and like I told you, I canceled one of my appointment. I had and it's even a health appointment.
Oh my God!
Yeah, because it's I couldn't help but to wait and add my voice to what is going on, and I've always told you that unless something really pops up,
right?
This is health issues. I have this monthly thing I do in the Ghanaian community, and we can always wait and always have the next month. So I'm pretty excited.
Right.
I want to say that we should come here and give the listeners something to take home,
right?
And to also know that we don't just want to add our voice to the debate, but we want to educate and we want to be part of the development of the country.
Right.
So we are sometimes very biased because we have our something that is dear to us at stake. But at the end of the day, we should contribute to the general discussion that enriches our education, that enriches our enlightenment, and that enables also the program. The time we commit into it, your time you commit into this program, the research and all that, make it a worthwhile.
Right.
So that gradually this can become a source of information for others that, there's an issue. They don't know what it is, but hey, let's go. I'm going to hear Paul. Paul is going to come and give us the facts. Amuzi is going to bring in. Kakapa is going to come and add his part. And these are people we are excited to always listen to. So that's what we come here to do.
Right.
And we're going to speak to this thing. In fact, today I've really sat down to go into the articles and of the Constitution. And with regard to the bullion ban, I'm a son of a late police officer, so I know something small. And like I said, I have a small group. We do private discussions on security matters. So
right.
When it comes to security, I also pretty much have some small information on there. So we're going to have a pretty exciting discussion today. I hope Paul especially has not run away from us, and wherever he is, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and wait for him to come for us to kick the ball and see who the referee is going to be, whether it's going to be Bagman or it's going to be it's going to be Sergio Weiss. We will see today. But great, great, great. I'm excited to be here, and we're going to have a nice discussion. Thank you very much. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was just on the call with Paul quickly.
Okay.
He'll be joining us shortly. But let's start the conversation while we are waiting for Paul.
Right.
So this judgment has been received by, depending on which part of the political aisle you are, either you like what you're reading, or especially if you're an MPP or you're a sympathizer of the government, you like what you're reading. If you sympathize with the NDC, you do not. And the NDC seem to be, all the opposition seem to be crying that it is becoming typical of the Supreme Court to always be giving these anonymous decisions. One of the things they expect is at least one dissent, even if you are all going to be anonymous, that at least, there's some writing from the other judges so they can see what actually went into their thinking on the specific matters or reliefs that has been actually sorted by the plaintiff. Okay. So that is from the opposition side. Now, the governing party, if that's who you sympathize with, I've heard, so many people, including yourself, rightly so, defending what you hear and stating that, Parliament in this matter, and we are going to go into the details, but stating that Parliament is not above the law. Even Parliament is not above the law. That's the Constitution. It's the controlling law of Ghana. That there is no law that's, as you were, supersedes Parliament. It used to be that in our first Republican administration under Kwame Nkrumah, or in our first constitution, which is the 1969 constitution, that is it 1969? 1960 or so constitution, that
69.
Well, 69 was after the coup, right after the NRC came in, but the first constitution actually was 1960, which gave power to Parliament and created this what do you call it? Outside of the Constitution, or Parliament only, answers to the people and not the Constitution. In other words, Parliament can pass any law, and that law does not have to be consistent with the Constitution, or does not have to not conflict with the Constitution. But if you read, of course, the judgment, it even went on and on and on and talked about how, that particular power was sort of used to pass laws like the Preventive Detective Act, which allows the president to pick anybody that is suspected of acting against the state, to prison that person without passing them through the judicial system, and jailing them for 5 years. A law which was challenged by a case called Akoto and others. And it was held by the Supreme Court that the court couldn't, by our constitution, the court could not guide Parliament, since Parliament was a creature of its own, a master of its own laws, processes, and whatever laws Parliament creates cannot be reviewed by the court. Now, since 1969, we've changed that, where we've now subjected Parliament and its activities to the Constitution. In other words, the Constitution being the supreme law, and that all laws passed by Parliament must be consistent and not contravene with the Constitution. So this is where we find ourselves. Since then, we've had a system where Parliament has to respond or be subjected to a review by the Supreme Court should they pass a law that contravenes or contradicts the Constitution. Having said that, the issue at stake is whether the parliamentary proceedings or proceedings that occur in parliaments are constitutional or not. And the courts went on and say this typically is not something they would have been responding to, especially the question of whether the vote that was cast on the 30th of November to pass the budget was constitutional or is in accordance with Article 104 of our Constitution. The court said ordinarily they wouldn't go into debating the internal processes of Parliament, since that resides in the bosom of Parliament, and Parliament is the master of its own laws. But this is a case where they concluded that it seems the Constitution is a master to parliamentary procedures. So, Obiani ni master. So in this particular case, the Constitution is the master of parliamentary proceedings. What is your initial take on the specific issue of whether Parliament should actually be subservient to the Supreme Court, since they are all equal arms of government? In the United States, you and I are aware that we have what we call the political question doctrine, which is not practiced in Ghana, and we'll go into the details of political question doctrine. But I'd like to hear what you think about the fact that Parliament should be subjected to the judiciary, which was not the case before in our first Republican administration, but has been since 1969.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's important that we take ourselves through the history of our constitutional democracy, parliamentary, whatever, judicial, especially from independence all the way up to right now, right? A typical case of the 1960, at that time when we had our first president, we had a situation where, there was the 1 o'clock or the 12 o'clock broadcast where, people are just fired and appointed just like that, MP, judges, anybody. So the president was so powerful that became the order of the day, hire and fire. When people were supposed to be elected. So that is a guiding principle that went into the 1992 Constitution. Get a point? Now, and then we came to the Buzia time when we had the prime minister, the prime minister type of. So all of that went into our election. Mm-hmm. Then we came to the brief period of the Liman, all that, and we took into consideration the military and all that kind of stuff. Now, so government is primarily divided into three, okay, and depending on some aspects of where you are in the world, the Parliament is powerful. Parliament is the most powerful institution. Right. Where else you have, it is the Constitution that is most powerful.
Especially in the United Kingdom,
exactly.
Where, Parliament it's unchallengeable.
Right, and they don't even have a written document that you can have it. It's just bits and pieces. So theirs is called an unwritten constitution, but they just have bits of, acts of Parliament that have been passed over the years, and then so because the Parliament is powerful and whatever they've done is what we go by.
Right.
So all these have guided us. Now, when you come to Ghana, it says the Constitution is supreme. It is that the Constitution is the God of the country.
Right.
And that everything comes under it. It is from the Constitution that we've created all these institutions. Okay. So that is number one. Number two, so they've created we have the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. And I hope we are not going to go into the basics of telling you who the legislature or parliament is, who the executives are. But for purposes of clarity, for simple education, the courts, all the courts. It is not only the
Yeah, the court system is our judiciary, and then
exactly.
Of course,
it's not only the Supreme Court. We have the appeals court. But the Supreme Court is final, and then the Supreme Court only deals with interpretation.
Right.
The Constitution. There is something.
Well,
it is ambiguous.
Not only in that, right? But they are also like the court of certiorari rights. In other words, court of review. So if there's a case, they are like
exactly.
If there's a case and that's a matter of law or the application of law is inconsistent with the Constitution or interpretation is needed, then it goes to
right. Parliament has passed the law, and somebody feels that no, it is against human rights, it's inconsistent with the Constitution. Right. It doesn't flow with it. It goes there. They either affirm or say no, and then they take it off and stuff like that. So that's the judiciary. All the way from the courts, from the various district level, high court and all that. All those things are in there. To the effect where sometimes even commissions and say there's a commission, you are invited. It is some form of a court it is up to a certain court level. Like when you go to Parliament, if the Privileges Committee sits, those are things that are put within because they're given some judicial powers to act within that context and stuff like that. So let's get that. No, and then we cut a Parliament.
In a nutshell, you're trying to differentiate between the judiciary, which is our court systems, the legislature, which is the Parliament, which is the vote,
which is basically the Parliament, the MPs that we know. So that one,
we call it the elected arm of government, right?
Yes.
And then the executives, which of course is also headed by the president.
Exactly. Right. And they have roles that they play that kind of all put together become a uniformity. Okay, and then each one has exclusive laws under which they operate, so if, for instance, the executive cannot say we are going to be passing laws, we are going to sit here.
Each of them have a specific aspect of the Constitution, giving them rights that they enjoy or they are privileged.
Right.
Yeah,
very good. And given our history, in fact, this our Constitution did a great job of making sure that there is that separation of powers, and then we have to respect that human rights and all these kind of stuff. It is very important. It is what it is. So that is what I will say in this context. Now, if we are to go into what they did, we're going to go into the specifics. What the reliefs were and what they said. We're going to go into that. But so when you look at that, if they send the case over there, is this constitutional? Whether it is an act from the executive or whoever, they want to find out within what the Constitution is saying. Right. This action, this document, this thing that this person is doing, does it conform or it doesn't? Right. And that is the duty of the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to tell us. And that is exactly what they did. So it is not the case that, so let's even assume that something happened at the executive and they went, and for which the executive need to change or certain practices need to cease. It is not that they're telling them that, oh, do this or do that. They're telling you that the wording in the Constitution, this is what it means.
Right.
So if you've been doing it in another way, no, do it this way going forward. It doesn't mean whatever you used it for previously is illegal. No, it's not. Right? But going forward.
Right. So let's kind of summarize the three issues that were decided on.
Okay.
And then we can go into the background.
There were 8. There were 8 that the guy brought, but the Supreme Court tuned it down to 3.
Yeah, usually, the reliefs that they were asking for were 8, but then the two parties have to agree on an issue or bring it down to specific issues. If you look at all the 8, what are the unique issues?
What are the main? Exactly.
Should look into. And the 3 issues that were agreed on was 1, whether or not upon the true and proper interpretation of Article 102 and 104(1) of the Constitution, a deputy speaker or any other member of Parliament presiding over Parliament in the absence of the speaker cannot be counted as part of the members present before decision is made. So the key word there is cannot, whether the presiding person, deputy, whoever, whether they cannot be counted as part of the members present before a decision is made. Okay, so that's issue 1. Issue 2 says whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 102 and 104.1 of the Constitution, a deputy speaker or any other member of parliament presiding over parliament in the absence of the speaker can vote or take part in making of a decision by parliament. So the first one was whether they cannot vote as part of members present before a decision. So a quorum before a decision is what the first one is talking about. The second one is saying whether they can vote as part of the decision making. So when the decision or the matter is, the motion is moved, can they also participate in deciding that motion? That is the second issue. The third issue says whether or not the decision taken on 30th November 2021 by Parliament of Ghana to approve the 2022 budget was a nullity, as 138 members, excluding the person presiding, were not present before the decision was made. So those are the 3 things that were the issues that the 2 parties, including the judges, agreed to be the unique ones that they would, review and interpret and, render decision on. Let's welcome to the show our professor, Dr. Ato Komina Danso, who have been warned to not introduce as a neutral no more. According to Paul, but Paul is not here. So.
He is very neutral.
So Paul is not here, so I'm gonna still say you're neutral until he comes and he's gonna hit me when I say that. All right, so welcome to the show. So we were just talking about the issues. Oh, and here goes Paul. Paul, welcome to the show as well. Good timing, and thanks for taking the time today, guys. We have a couple of people watching already. Regina from the Flower Association of North America is watching and supporting us as always. She says, good afternoon, Alfred. Thanks for watching us, Regina. Please share the link so that others can join. Joseph Anim is watching, and our own director of ACO Radio, Edward Ofori, is watching the show from Chicago. Guys, I hope everyone is doing well today. It snows so much in the Washington, D.C. area. I can see snow just by looking outside. What if I have a door open here so I can see outside? It's so much snow. I don't know how the weather is in your locations, but as we jump into the discussions, can I get a quick hi from everybody just to make sure that your microphones are working? So, I thought if you can use that opportunity to say a word or two to our listeners and viewers, and Paul, if you can also do the same, then I'll come back and go over the issues and we'll start a conversation.
Hi.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I realize you are not in the Midwest because you're talking about snow. In the Midwest, we always talk about there's always a weather. Loading. So I'm not surprised because we are so used to the snow over here. Like,
right.
The weather is cold over here, but not this is it can be summer, winter, spring in one day. So
right.
Greetings to your cherished viewers and listeners. It's called Disoso and Opa right now.
Thank you so much. So it's strange to you when we talk from the snow perspective. You talk from, it's sunny today. Yay. We are like, it's snow today, we are mad. But I understand. So your point of reference is important and key in this situation, right? All right. Thanks for joining the show. And we are happy to have you. So, Paul, can you test your mic for us? I see your picture is gone.
Good afternoon to you guys, and I'm happy to be here. And it's going to be a great show.
Yes, sir.
I know definitely that my brother, Ifa, and his assistant, Dr. Ato, they have received their briefings from the Jubilee House last night. And then they will be playing mischiefs over here this evening or this afternoon.
All right.
But let me set the record straight. I will punch holes into all what they will be saying, and I will expose them this raining afternoon over here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
Much as I've said that, I'm also very grateful to be here, and I think today we will digest the topics you've put in over there. I mean, we'll expose people over here because people are seeing blindly, and I'm happy and I'm very confident that if I'll be running away from this show before the show ends. That's what
all right. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So before we jump into discussing the issue, just wanted to kind of point to some quick things that I observed reading the ruling. The first one is that when they started, I think the very first, just quickly here for me, in the introduction, right away, they quoted a ruling by Chief Justice Akwa in Martin Amidu versus President Kufuor and the Attorney General, which was a case that actually occurred in 2001. And I'm going to quickly read what they said there. They actually call it dicta. Whatever they say dicta in ruling or in a legal writing, it means they're passing commentary. Dicta is not necessarily binding on the court. This could be cases that do not necessarily have similarities, but has some comments that the judges think is very important or would provide some guidance to their thoughts or their decision. So the first dicta they put here is, like I said, a quote from Justice Akwa. And what it says is that we wish to start by reminding ourselves of the dicta of our illustrious justice as follows. And it states that where it is alleged before the Supreme Court that any organ of government or institution is acting in violation of a provision of the Constitution, the Supreme Court is duty bound by Article 2.1 and Article 131 to exercise jurisdiction unless the Constitution has provided a specific remedy. And then he went on to say, no individual nor creature of the Constitution is exempted from the enforcement provisions of Article 2 thereof. No one is above the law, and no action of any individual or institution under the Constitution is immune from the judicial scrutiny if the constitutionality of such an action is challenged. That is how they set the tone, or the tone they set for what is to come. Now, what is to come are three issues that Mr. Justice Abdulai took to court, or the reliefs that he was seeking, that got boiled down into three issues. And the issues which I have just quickly read, I'll go over it for the purpose of my late joiners, so we can jump into that conversation. So the first one here quickly is that whether or not, so what we are seeking to discuss, or what they are seeking, or what they made the decisions on, are three issues. The first one is whether or not upon through and proper interpretation of Articles 102 and Article 104.1 of the Constitution, a deputy speaker of Parliament or any other member of Parliament presiding over Parliament in the absence of the Speaker cannot be counted as part of the members present before a decision is made. So in this particular case, cannot be counted as the members present before a decision is made. That's the first issue. The second issue is whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 102 and Article 104.1 of the Constitution, a deputy speaker or any other member of Parliament presiding over Parliament in the absence of the Speaker can vote or take part in making of a decision by Parliament. So first one seem to talk about quorum before decision. The second one is talking about can they participate in the decision themselves. And then the third issue here is asking whether the vote that was cast to approve the budget on November 30th, 2021, it's a nullity because the number of members present, which is before that decision, is not equal to half of the total number of Parliament. In other words, it's not equal to 138, unless you count the deputy speaker who was presiding then. So these are the issues. And the way the court held was, of course, which we'll talk about. Are there any things that you want to say in terms of whether the Supreme Court actually have jurisdiction on, especially the third issue here? Because the third issue seems to be talking about parliamentary proceedings, which if we go into jurisdiction after jurisdiction, especially in the United States here, we know we have something called the political questions doctrine, which prevents parliament, the judiciary, from crossing over to answer a question that is related to another political arm or another arm of government, especially where it is an executive or a legislature conducting themselves in under powers granted to them by the Constitution, that the Supreme Court stays away from that. But in our case in Ghana, are we to say that the Supreme Court have jurisdiction here? Even though the question was not asked, they went into details of that. Let me start with you, Paul. What is your position on whether there's jurisdiction on that, especially third question?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Amuzo. It's unfortunate that, the justices of the Supreme Court who are there to make our laws work and also to clarify any understanding of any law hereby stated in our Constitution should be, going or venturing into territories that they have no jurisdiction over.
Right.
Why am I saying so? Parliament have their own rules and regulations they work with. And that is why they say they are masters of their own proceedings and processes.
Yeah.
Likewise, the Supreme Court have their own proceedings and processes they work with it. It's the Chief Justice and the justices of the Supreme Court telling us today that the Parliament of Ghana can decide to come and venture into some of their processes and practices and rules and regulations they've set for themselves. And the obvious answer is a big no.
Right.
Now, Parliament has its rules and regulations. We have a constitution. The constitution supersedes everything. But every institution, every arm of government have their rules, regulations, and procedures by which they work.
Right.
For me, in the first place, when this case was taken to court, you mentioned Justice Abdulai. It's two people who sent the case to court.
Right.
It's Justice Abdulai and Richard the last guy.
The last guy, yes.
Both of these people, we know where they came from. We know what political party they are, close to. We know what their political lineage. I am saying over here that now that the Supreme Court is trying to extend its powers into areas that they have no authority, they are creating more confusion, or they're going to create more confusion in Parliament as it used to be before. Why am I saying so? When you look at the reading, when you look at the judgment that they gave,
right,
okay, getting to the end of it, they also contradict themselves and stated that Parliament are the masters of their own rules, and that Parliament needs to look at this rule and change the rule as it exists.
Right.
The question I put to my brother Ifa and Dr. Atu, who will be playing mischief and propaganda this afternoon, is that what if Parliament as a body and the Speaker refuse to table those amendments that the Supreme Court is asking them to do? What can the Supreme Court do? The Supreme Court cannot do anything.
Right.
For me, this is just an avenue for my good friend Ifa and Dr. Atu, who is a political animal. This is an opportunity for the two of them, their party, to push the justices of the Supreme Court to once again do their bidding for them.
Right.
And Mr. Amuzo, we are happy today, or some people are happy today because it is going into their favor. But I just want to state over here that these justices are setting a bad precedent
Okay.
For the country that we all love. Let me put a question to this you, all of you.
Mm-hmm.
What if in 2024 power changes, dynamic changes?
Right.
That is where this unacceptable decisions that the Supreme Court is making, it will come to affect all of us. In the United States of America, where we all live, which is a well-structured system and accepted system worldwide, which people are following, and the Supreme Court of the US change and amend the proceedings and processes of the Senate or the House, and the answer is no. And Efa knows the answer that it is no. But my brother Efa has been defending this undefensible act of the Supreme Court, which is very, very sad. I am saying that if you look at the 29-page reading, when you read, there's a lot of contradictions. Number two, I have not seen any authority that they've cited in that ruling. As a Supreme Court, if you are going to clarify a situation that has been brought to you, you should be citing authorities and be referring us to, laws, rules, regulations. I'm not a lawyer, but when I read it, the ruling, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's rather they are contradicting the whole issue.
Okay, I guess we'll go into the parts that don't make sense to you. But I think what you've said so far is that you disagree that they have jurisdiction, especially on that third question where, it seems that they are going to interpret proceedings of our internal proceedings of another arm of government.
Exactly.
But they counter by saying that the interpretation being sorted borders on constitutional provisions, and that any issue that borders on constitutional provisions invoke their duty under Article 130. So it is not just that they are interested in going into sort of reviewing procedures laid down by another arm, but it is because that those procedures are being subjected to whether they are constitutional or not, and whether when a constitutional question is raised, it lies with them to review it.
You see the mischief and the propaganda of the justices of the Supreme Court. They are saying that it's a constitutional issue because Joe Wise, belongs to a constitution, belongs to a constituency, and he has to, speak or vote for his constituency. And that it will be unacceptable that we will say that he's not entitled to vote.
Right.
You see?
So you are talking about the specifics of the laws.
Exactly. You see, this Supreme Court is a shameful court. It's a shameful bench because Mr. Amuzu, as we speak, according to them, if they deny Joe Wise the right of, voting whilst acting as a speaker, then they are denying the people of what? Where does Joe Wise come from? The people of, if I can remind, which what's the name of the constituency?
Bekwai. And the other one is Fomina.
Yeah, they are denying the people of Bekwai from what? Taking part in decisions in the House. You see, I was expecting this Supreme Court, if they deny if Joe Wise is sitting in the seat, he cannot, or he has to vote because they cannot deny the people of Bekwai from being part of decision making. Like this Supreme Court is being very, 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 very hypocritical, ingenious. I don't know how even the West to use it against them. Because as we sit here, Huawei, Sankofi, Akpafu, the lobby, they have no representation in Parliament for over a year and a half now. That is not important for the Supreme Court justice. They don't see anything wrong with it, but they see everything wrong with it that Joe Wise constituency, the Bekwai people will be denied of their right if Joe Wise have to sit in a seat and is denied from voting. I leave this one to the conscience of Efa and Dr. Ato. If they think that if Joe Wise is sitting in the seat, he cannot vote, and when he does not vote, it infringes on the right of the people of Bekwai, then what about the people of South? You see the inconsistency and the hypocritical nature of this Supreme Court?
Right.
Mr. Muzu, all they did was to play the numbers game. They went there to pave way for the e-levy to pass.
Right.
But Mr. Muzu, as we speak, it's on record. Okay? It's a numbers game. It is on record.
Right.
That the NPP still have one of their member who is critically ill.
Okay.
Number two, our sisters, Sarah Adjoa Safo, is still in the US.
She's your sister now?
Our sister, I'm saying our sister. She's still in the US. Okay? And she's asked for 4 weeks extension, which I believe has been granted.
Right.
So if they think they can use the numbers game to get the e-levy pass, we wait to see. But I am saying over here that the executive arm of government, the judiciary, and the legislative, they all have their duties. There are checks and balances on each other.
Right.
The Supreme Court or the judiciary cannot come and try to determine how the legislative arm should work.
Okay.
I am saying over here this afternoon that going to tell them that they should look at their proceedings and processes, they are going into a boundary which they are not supposed to be or to go to. And if EFA and these people will be supporting it, and I mean singing praises, we are waiting the table to change. When the tables change, I will expect EFA and Dr. Tu to sing the same praises they are singing today. For me, if it is the NDC, I'll say it. If it is the NPP, I will say it. Let's protect our constitution. We should stop, or the justices of the Supreme Court should stop making or bidding for this government. All what they did was to bid for the e-levy to pass. Whether e-levy pass or not, okay, the good people of Ghana will resist it. And I can tell you for a fact that even if they use their strategies, that they are using the Supreme Court to get rid of one of our men, to use the Supreme Court to get the deputy speaker to vote, if they use to pass the e-levy, the e-levy will hit a block. We will resist it, demonstration will be organized nationwide, and this government will retract it. So I am sending a notice to them. If they think they can use their imaginations, their autocratic and dictatorial rules to push the e-levy, we wait to see.
Okay, thank you so much for those powerful submissions there. Just so we are reminded to be respectful of the Supreme Court justices and not call them names, because we don't want to be summoned for you know how it goes.
No, I've not called them names, Mr. Muzu. It is you can criticize their ruling. That's what I'm doing. I've never called them names.
Right. Okay.
I am criticizing their ruling, and I'm asking that if they think Joe Wise, when Joe Wise is sitting in the seat and he does not vote, he will deny the people of Bekwai from participating in parliamentary processes. Then what about Sal? That is the question I'm asking, and I'm putting to find Dr. Tu. They should answer me this afternoon.
Right. And even the other question is, what about Article 104?
104. What about Article 102, 104?
Constitution.
Exactly.
Okay. So let me go to Ato. If I'll come to you, but let me go to Ato first, just to kind of let me see. There's a private information here which says, "Can I get this?" Okay, Ato. Sure. Let me go to Ato. Ato, I know you've heard a lot from your good friend Paul, and you're going to react to that. But I want to, kind of go through the comparatives that were provided, or the practices in the comparative jurisdictions. For instance, in the United Kingdom, of course, Parliament is autonomous. There's a supremacy of Parliament. Whatever law Parliament passes is not subject to review by, the judiciary. Also, the Speaker of Parliament, or in this case, their House of Commons, has only a casting vote. He can only vote in matters that his vote would actually break the tie. Now, in this judgment, I've seen areas where even our Supreme Courts seem to say that the nature of the presiding officer's work is such importance that he needs to remain independent. Now, what seems to be the issue here is whether the person presiding or the act of presiding is what needs to remain independent, or the specific position. Are we saying only the speaker and the deputy speaker should remain independent? Let me rephrase that. Because the speaker himself, even if he's a parliamentarian and he's elected as a speaker, he has to abandon his position as a parliamentarian and become, of course, the speaker and preside over decisions or discussions in parliament. And he has no votes to be part of quorum, or he has no casting votes when decisions are being made. Now, we are trying to extend that to anyone who is sitting in that seat of speaker. And the question to ask is, why is that important? Is it because of the nature of the work they do when they sit to preside over issues, or it is just that we are assigning that independency to just the person or the office of speaker? Why is it necessary for the office of speaker to actually be independent? I guess that's the question I'm trying to ask. So I think those are the two main issues. And if you're able to resolve whether because of the nature of the job they do, because they preside over discussions, because they preside and they can tip the discussions in whatever way they want, or whatever powers that they exercise as they sit as presiding officer, that those powers needed to be assigned to someone who is independent. Especially again in the case of the United Kingdom, once you become a speaker, you are to resign from your party, even though you still hold you are still an MP. You resign from your political party. Your seat is non-contested. When they go to elect, you do not go for nobody contests against you. You become an uncontested position, and you still carry your casting vote. And we can talk about other jurisdictions in the United States. We know our Speaker of the House, which is Nancy Pelosi, in this case, has to be the leader of the majority party. So in our case, it would have been Haruna, but of course we have a different practice. But our Speaker in the United States has to be the majority, the leader of the majority in Parliament, and retains her vote, his or her votes, not the quorum votes, but we are talking about vote in deciding issues. So is it that what is important for us to, are we attaching the independence that we require of the speaker to the function they perform, or is just to the office? From your read.
So first of all, I want to respond to my
yeah, we can hear you. You say
Yeah.
you want to respond to Paul.
Yes, before I answer the question.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know if my friend Paul actually read the judgment. Of course. I mean, I must commend Justice Kolendi for writing this judgment. If you start reading the judgment, it's very coherent. It's very basic. It's like reading a storybook. Actually, I didn't intend to read the judgment in one sitting.
Right.
I just glanced through, but I felt myself so.
You enjoyed it. You enjoyed reading it.
Just by going through it. It was basic. It wasn't like other judgments where you don't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, he started with just the question that you asked Paul to answer. We are not practicing
jurisdiction. So he started with a jurisdiction question,
yes,
even though it wasn't brought. But of course,
yes,
parties can just confer jurisdiction on the Supreme Court according
yes,
to what he said. So he has to still go through the exercise of, per the
yes,
Constitution, are these matters that should be looked at by them. So yes.
And respectfully, I'm only saying if Paul had taken time to read the 28 pages what he wrote, then the question that he answered about the judges trying to interfere with parliamentary proceedings would not even come. I mean, after reading that 28 pages, I'm like, who would even dare to even question whether they have jurisdiction over that? Because if I may, I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, I understood what he meant. What he meant is that we practice a different constitutional system. They have a parliamentary supremacy. What the parliament does in the UK, in the US, and other places, the judges or Supreme Court have no jurisdiction over that. But in our country, we have chosen, and you see, Alfred, he even compared the 1966 Constitution. I mean, if you read everything that he wrote, that question is already answered. Like they have jurisdiction over these matters. So that point.
But I disagree though. We're gonna go into the details, and I'll show you where I disagree that he actually answered all the questions. But
about jurisdiction.
Well, no. The jurisdiction question, he answered the jurisdiction questions correct. So
yes,
if that's what you're saying,
that's what I'm saying. Like if my friend Paul had read what he actually expanded, then there's no way Paul will come up here and say that they're actually interfering in parliamentary matters. That's what I'm saying. That if my friend Paul actually read from the start to the end, then he wouldn't even talk about that because we have a different system. And maybe if you're trying to marry what the US and the UK does, in the US, like you said, Nancy Pelosi has a casting vote.
Right.
So the question about jurisdiction, that was answered.
But in the US, for instance, where they have the political question rule, the Supreme Court wouldn't have had a jurisdiction in this matter.
Yes. But we have a constitutional supremacy.
Right.
That is basic.
The United States has a constitutional supremacy as well.
Yes, but I'm saying that in our sense. So okay, so if the US has constitutional supremacy, that means they have jurisdiction over constitutional matters in the House or in the Senate.
Yeah, but because of the political question doctrine, especially if it has to do with, because but if you read what do you call it? Which article is this? I think it's 110. 110 says that subject to the provisions of this constitution, Parliament was given the power to make its own procedure.
Subject to the constitution.
Well, so it didn't say, and so the question can be asked whether there is a specific question. There's a specific provision in the constitution that bars Parliament from what they did or from their procedures. Because it's not a clean or any specific language in our constitution that says, matter of fact, what we actually have in our constitution, according to Article 102, is that the speaker should actually abstain themselves from counting towards quorum when they are dealing with a less important issue.
I have a problem with that.
Here's the key here. A less important issue, such as a 102 debate. A 102 usually means that we are there to just talk about whatever presentation that minister made or not, but we are not actually deciding on anything. Even though that is not as important as making a decision, we are exempting the speaker who is presiding from quorum. Why are we doing so in a matter that is not important? But when it comes to a matter that is important, we're not exempting. Are we exempting? So the question to ask is in 102, are we exempting the presiding person from quorum because the position they sit in is such important that we don't want them to obfuscate the numbers or sort of add to the numbers to start a discussion when the representation we need in Parliament is not present. But then we come to the discussion of the serious issues where we actually make a decision, and we are trying to say that, oh, by the way, if you're making a decision and you are a presiding officer, you can count towards quorum. Meanwhile, there's nothing in the Constitution that says that. So we are saying, what specific language in the Constitution requires Parliament's jurisdiction to be invoked? That's what the question is.
So my point is this. See, you're using the person presiding. There are times you use the person presiding and the times you're using the speaker.
Yes.
One of talk about the speaker. My interpretation, I'm not a lawyer, is this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That word speaker in 104 is not in relation, that's my interpretation. It's not in relation to the first and deputy speaker.
Right.
If it was, then it would say that, it would say especially that. Because in 102 it uses the word presiding. So I am of the view that that word in 104 that's saying the speaker is only to the speaker, not to the first and second. That's my interpretation. Because if it were, why would they use presiding in 102? Why wouldn't they say the speaker? Because the speaker presides. I don't know if you're following my argument. My argument is 102 says the person presiding. If you go to 104, it means the speaker. So who is the speaker? That's my interpretation of that. I'm not saying this is in what Justice.
But 104 didn't even say speaker though. This is what 104 says. 104 says, except as otherwise provided in this constitution, matters in parliament shall be determined by the vote of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of the members of parliament present. So it didn't even mention over there. It didn't even mention. Say it again.
Sorry, I think I meant 102. What did 102 say?
102 says presiding. So let me read 102 for you.
Okay.
102 is the only place where somebody presiding is actually mentioned, and we are actually asking the Supreme Court to read these two articles for us together.
So my question is, if who presides? Is it not the speaker? If you're saying the speaker is the same as the first and second, who presides over parliament?
Any parliamentarian can be
a speaker. Anybody who is sitting in the seat at the time of proceeding is Mr. Speaker.
But who's
Dr. Ato, at any point in time in T.
Let me read that to him again. It says,
no, Mr. Amus, 1 minute. At any point in time in T, anybody who is sitting in that seat assume all the powers of a speaker.
Right.
That is why my good brother Ifa is going to go to start as an MP. Let me give you this example.
It's my time, please.
Let me give you this example. My good brother Ifa, my good brother Ifa will be going to start as an MP. Okay, you know he's going to win to become the MP. If I goes to parliament as an MP, he has the same powers as the deputy speaker of parliament.
Okay, Paul, give him his time back. Okay, Bob, I thought before you could just clarify, right? Just to clarify, even if you look at relief, right? The reliefs. If you look at the first one, for instance, it says whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of 102 and 104 of the Constitution, a deputy speaker of parliament or any other member of parliament presiding over parliament in the absence of the speaker.
Yes. So my argument is the Constitution used the speaker. It means the speaker. If the Constitution meant first and the second,
no, but the Constitution didn't even say the speaker at all.
No, in I don't know which. I don't have the Constitution.
102 doesn't say speaker at all.
Between 102 and 104.
Let me read 102 for you again. 102 say a quorum of parliament apart from the person presiding.
Yes, that's my argument. So
shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament. It didn't say speaker. It says the person presiding.
What about 103?
103, which is 103.
1 second. Section that says that the speaker can only have a casting vote, and that part is
102 never said that.
No, I'm not saying 102. I'm saying there's a section that says that.
There is no section that says that.
There's no section that says that.
There's no section that says that.
You see, that's the point. The point is nothing in the Constitution address the matter specifically that was being asked for, because Justice Abdulai is asking for specifically, it's not addressed by the Constitution. There's nowhere in the Constitution where it states that the person sitting or presiding can actually be counted towards quorum. It didn't say that at all.
No.
So in my reading, they brought this archaic, what do you call it? Legal terminological expressio, whatever. I think. So as we go on.
After you go on, I'll finish them up. I'll clarify that it is in there. You go on. When I get to my turn, I'll finish them up.
There is nothing you're going to finish up.
He didn't read. He didn't read the judgment. So
Dr. Ato, now are you trying to bring your autocratic rule over here, telling me I didn't read?
They went into this expressio union exclusio authoring, which from what I gathered online about that, which of course is something you always advise not to do, because there could be other meanings somewhere that I'm not familiar to. But what I gather from that is, if you are constructing a language for contract or for whatever statute, and you list certain specific things, let's say red, gold, green are included, but the colors available are red, gold, green, yellow. The fact that you did not mention yellow means yellow is excluded.
Exactly.
In this particular issue, what we are addressing is not mentioned at all. But what that rule didn't say is that the rule didn't say if it is not mentioned, that means it is mentioned. In other words, we are bringing that rule to say because of the things we are looking for are not expressly mentioned here, it is being brought in because it's mentioned. It's not mentioned. So I feel like it's a misapplication of the rules, but it's your time, so I'll let you go.
Exactly my argument. So I'm actually signing with the judgment.
Okay.
My argument. I'm making the argument of person presiding and the speaker. If you're saying
right.
Presiding, anybody, like you said, anybody can preside. Why would the constitution make reference of person presiding? And then later it talks about a speaker. That is
the constitution didn't say a speaker.
No, I'll come back and tell you which addition that is. I mean, I have read that part from
Okay. Whenever you're ready, let us know.
Well, I'll use my time.
And he's here telling me I didn't read the judgment. You see?
You didn't read the judgment. You did not read the judgment.
Don't worry. I didn't read it. Don't worry. Make your submission. Make your submission.
He's going to research the constitution. He's going to look at the constitution and bring the article back to us. So, if you don't mind, we can go to FR now. FR. So basically, FR. I mean, it's gotten heated already.
He's a lawyer. He's training to become a lawyer, so he should speak well. He's trained to become a lawyer, so he should speak well. He should stop. He should not do propaganda. He should be a professional this afternoon because I know he's studying to become a lawyer, and I'm very happy about that. Because when I get a case, he'll be my lawyer anyway. So he should speak well.
All right. So the issues, the if you look at page 7 of the judgment, right?
With all due respect, if you can allow me, it's 104.2.
Okay. Okay, read it, Alfred. 104 read it, please.
The speaker.
104 to say the speaker shall have neither an original nor casting vote.
Exactly.
So my argument is, if the constitution wanted to specify, it would say the presiding member. Wouldn't say the speaker. So my argument is that the speaker over here means the original speaker, not the first and the second.
How can you tell me original speaker? How can you tell me that?
No, in 103 says the presiding.
My brother, anybody who assumes the speaker seat is Mr. Speaker.
Why would it say presiding in one?
You are not trying to distinguish between Mr. Speaker and the deputies.
I guess what he's saying, and I kind of agree with Paul, is that how do we address whoever is presiding? How do you address them?
No, they said
Mr. Speaker.
No, why would he use presiding in 102? Why would it say presiding?
No. We are saying in the practice, when you go to Parliament, how is the person presiding addressed?
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So my point is that if you wanted to, you would say the speaker.
Okay, Ato, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Why is it important for the speaker to not have both original and a casting votes?
What do you mean by speaker?
Why is it important for the speaker not to have both a casting and original votes?
My question is, what do you mean by speaker? Because in our
but for your definition of a speaker, you want us to believe that a speaker.
If you're saying the speaker is not part of Parliament. It was not elected by anybody in Ghana.
So the question is why the speaker can be a parliamentarian, but once elevated to the position of speakership, has to resign.
You resign your seat. Yeah.
And then he loses. So effectively, he's no longer a member of Parliament. And I'm saying, why is that important? Because they said it in the case here.
Okay,
why is it important?
Was not elected by Ghanaians. It's not represented in the constituency.
Okay.
Why would he vote?
Okay.
But if you have your wives are elected by the people of Bekwai, why wouldn't he vote?
Right.
Because he's sitting in the seat as a speaker. And as Mr. Speaker, you have no right to vote.
He wasn't elected by people of, say, Yendi, people of Bekwai. He wasn't elected as a member of Parliament. So why would Babin vote?
Okay, if you look at page 25 of the page 25, right?
Why would you say?
Let me read something from page 25 to you. Page 25, paragraph.
Is it of the ruling? The 25 of ruling, right?
Yes, page 25 of the ruling.
Yes.
Check.
Page 25 of the ruling Paragraph 2 says, however, in order to preserve the appearance of impartiality associated with the speaker's role as the presiding officer, various conventions and practices have evolved in these jurisdictions that limit the exercise of the speaker's right to vote in a legislative matter.
This is why I told you that the whole judgment is full of contradiction. And you are telling me I didn't read it. So I'm happy about that. I didn't read it.
So we are saying that in order to preserve the appearance of impartiality,
but I'm saying
associated with the role of the speaker, not associated with the position of a speaker. So if somebody is playing the role of a speaker, the important reason for which we are saying that person should not be allowed to vote is because we want to preserve impartiality.
Exactly.
And that's what is captured on 25. If you can read that.
Presiding members votes. Even the US that you're talking about, Nancy Pelosi votes. Nancy Pelosi votes.
We are talking about Ghana. This is coming from this is
we are talking about Ghana, but I'm saying that you're trying to compare. And I'm saying that Baldwin is not voting because he wasn't elected by any people of the choir. Baldwin was elected by the members of parliament to be a leader.
Okay.
Unlike the US system where we have Nancy Pelosi being a member of the House.
I totally disagree today. I totally disagree.
Nancy Pelosi had a quorum vote. She has a casting vote.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm saying
in this particular case that we are discussing, right? The issue is the quorum vote because Joe Wise did not actually cast a vote when it came to the decision to approve the budget. He didn't cast a vote.
He didn't cast.
Why didn't he cast a vote? If he's to represent his constituency in decision making,
why didn't he cast the vote?
Why did he not cast a vote?
So you can ask me why Adwasafu is somewhere.
No, but I'm saying it's his responsibility. He's supposed to represent.
I cannot answer why.
I told, let's one step at a time. What we are saying is he has a duty to represent his constituency. That's why he should be voting, right?
That is right, and I agree with you on that.
But when it came time to actually do the voting, he said because he's a speaker sitting, he doesn't want to vote.
Mr. Amuzi, can you play that video for him?
You see, you guys, there's a reason for all that, and I mean, we don't need to go back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so we can clarify all that, and then we
help us. Go ahead.
The lawyer will help us. The lawyer will help us.
No. but Atu, okay. So let's come in here, and thank you very much, and let me clarify some stuff. Okay.
So just before you quickly go, the question I was going to really ask you is that if you look at page 7, it talks about. He actually cited another dicta, which is just a comment, passed by comment, right? And it talks about the things that we should be looking for in this case. One, whether or not words or provisions are imprecise or unclear, ambiguous. Put in another way, it arises that the party invites the court to declare that the words of the article have a double meaning, which is not the case. We are not talking about double meaning. That is the first one. The second one says, where rival meanings have been placed by the litigants on the word of any provision of the Constitution. So this is why we are actually there, because they are concluded that the reason their jurisdiction in 130 is invoked is because their rival meanings being placed on the Constitution, a constitutional provision of Article 102 and 104.1. So you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we're doing a good job so far. So that is good. Now, let me clarify this. So if they say the judiciary is a master of its own rules, the executive is a master of its own rules, the parliament is a master of its own rules, what it means is that insofar as it's not being challenged to be declared unconstitutional, you're good to go with it. That the rules you set in must be in conformity and in line with the Constitution at any time that anybody comes and say this particular thing. A case in point with is the fast track court. The fast track court was declared illegal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the court had been working with it. People were jailed under it, right?
Right.
But then when somebody took it to court, the court said no, the Supreme Court declared it, no, you cannot dispense justice this way. It is not in conformity, so we stop doing it.
Right.
So you had wanted the court, oh, this is for us. It makes it fast. So no. So let's get that. When the court is invited to interpret, they are not telling Parliament that when it comes to your law, do it this way, the committee stage, blah, blah. That is where you are interfering.
What law is the parliamentary provisions in contradiction with? Or
Exactly.
what law has the parliamentary, which law has been contradicted here?
Okay, so when they gave the ruling, right, they said the standing order 1032, right?
109, yeah.
It's unconstitutional. It does not conform to it.
And that was not even a relief sorted for, but they
Exactly.
No, based on the relief, okay? Based on the relief, that part. Because, people will come to the court and talk and argue based on this, blah, blah, right?
So based on constitutional interpretation, not a parliamentary order interpretation. So to where, they go into now want to attack, but again, it's a Supreme Court.
No. There was a specific, it is not the case that
part of the relief.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you. They cannot bring all the details of the argument that went in there into the court in here. But as the plaintiff and as the Attorney General and all these were making their submissions, there also has a lot of cases they cite, which will not may not necessarily come into the judgment. So you cannot say because a person did not go.
We are analyzing the judgment. That's all we have. So,
yeah, but what I need you to know that in the course of the details of they arguing their case out, okay, something that was not so might have been used to justify that, in their standing order they have this in there here. So there's that kind of conformity, right? So they said, okay, so this is what it means. So based on this, consequentially, this part is illegal. And
the court in deciding whether they have jurisdiction over issue number 3 says that if this issue was just limited to parliamentary proceedings, then of course it would have been shut to them. The only reason they are going into that issue, because that issue is asking whether the vote that was taken on the 30th of December to approve the budget was nullified,
legal or valid or not. Yes.
And that if that was just the question and it wasn't bordering on a constitutional provision, they wouldn't even attempt to actually address that, because Parliament has been given the authority under Article 110 to develop their own standing orders,
proceedings and processes.
Now, no specific standing order has been reached from any part of the reliefs being asked for.
Okay. Again, there are situations where a case go to court and some people even join because it's going to bother on them. I mean, these are little stuff behind So we can argue, but these are legal stuff.
Lawyer, did I get it right?
It is
Lawyer,
not illegal.
Did I get it right? Lawyer, did I get it right?
Okay. I am not a lawyer. I have some legal.
No, you are studying to become a lawyer, I know, and I'm happy about that.
So, let me flow, my brother. Let me flow.
Because of you, I'll get to the law school. Because of you,
yes, let's go and let's do it. It's a very interesting subject and it's a very interesting area.
Yes.
I'm doing it so that I can imprison a lot of the human rights abusers. So let's get to the point now. So that is what it is. Okay, the details has a lot that may not necessarily come into the summary, but a key point when they make references to it is not illegal. But if you want to say they shouldn't have ventured, that's your opinion, and I don't want to debate that. But they did nothing wrong, telling them that consequently your destiny is that is absolutely them. And once they've said that, Parliament cannot say we are not going to amend. In fact, they are in the process of even amending their destiny, because from 2000, their standing order has been there for about 22 years. Right. And then they need to amend a lot of stuff. So they are still in the process of amending it.
Yeah, if there's a motion or understanding any standing order to be amended, it goes to the standing order committee.
So, right. And what I'm saying is that currently that is something that is in motion.
That is ongoing. Okay.
They've been working on it. Now, there's a posture we shouldn't take. Okay. It is dangerous for us and it doesn't help. Okay. You see, we have 3 arms of government, okay, independent, and each one is called upon to do whatever they do. Now, the judiciary has been called upon to give an interpretation. This is not the first time they've given an interpretation that we all don't like. For previously, all this thing that you've talked about, immediately the interpretation, the losing party would always say something. But it is important what you say. Most of the things that we say, they don't bother on criticism, they bother on pure hate. And we need to be careful about the way we say some of these things. I don't get where the confusion and the contradiction they're talking about. They don't make rules. They interpret rules that are not in conformity with the Constitution or a particular wording that is kind of creating a problem. We are here with parliamentarians fighting. And what are we saying? We want to keep up. This one says that one says that. And then you want us to keep on seeing to that. That is not going to happen. Now, okay. Let me add this. Now, let me add this. If you read the last, I told you he sent the specific one was 7. Now, in any relief that you sought as a lawyer, you tell the court that any other thing that in their view help clarify this, add it. 8, yeah. So if they added more to bring clarity, you sit here and say, I didn't send it here. Almost all the time they do such relief. That is part of the legal.
Of course, all we are saying is when you go to, let's say in this case, your dad and ask for certain things, right? And he gave you all the things you asked for and gave you more, the more is your father's own gift to you.
But the child requested for the more. The child requested that if there are other things that in your own judgment you can add to it, please add it. It is in the judgment.
So we just want to
say it in the judgment.
So we just want to point, and I get that. We just want to point.
Yeah. So if they added something, if they added something that was specifically not in the relief, don't say they didn't talk about the standing order, so they shouldn't have talked about. They could have talked about a whole lot of other stuff. They didn't tell them to go quote from other places, but they did.
No, I'm just pointing to that to show that the court itself has taken the position to go further than the specific reliefs and use the catch-all relief in article in the relief 8 to say, hey, by the way, we are striking down the standing order, which is now asked for. But by the way, go ahead.
Yeah, but which was asked for? It was asked for, but was not specifically the standing order. But they say any other that in their view they need to add. So
with every other relief that
Yes. I don't. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. They will amend it. You see, listen. Any lawyer, and they are lawyers. Some of the words these lawyers are using, the speaker, the deputy speaker, and some of them they are very despicable. They are very, very despicable. And I'm ashamed unto them that a lawyer of your caliber, that is why you go and seek relief. Now, as a lawyer, you go to court and you win and you lose. So when you go and you win, what do you expect your other party to feel? That the lawyer favored you, that you want to see him at home, or some of these things we say, for heaven's sake, this is not something. We're going to come to that. So let's get that. And Paul, let me tell you.
I don't use the whole time to address the fringe issues.
Yeah, I will.
I want you to get into the issues.
In the judiciary, right? In the judiciary, if they are working in anything, whether they did it or by whatever convention or by whatever practice, and it's not good, it is your duty, if you see it, to take it to them and say that you, the judiciary, this and that part and how you've been acting, it is not right, and you need to change it. And they sit down and they will change it. Any of them. It is
unless it's in violation of the Constitution, or otherwise you have no. Yeah,
but here we are talking about somebody's representation being violated to the point where somebody wants to punch somebody in the face over that.
Well, no. You made a point, and I'm trying to let's clear that point that you can't just go to the Supreme Court and tell them you are doing ABCD and that ABCD is inaccurate, and so change it. Unless what the Supreme Court is doing is in contravention of the Constitution. And when we take that issue, we take it back to the Supreme Court.
Exactly what I'm saying.
So there's no way Parliament can tell Supreme Court. There's no way Parliament can even intrude on the territory of.
So we need to get these things in context. It is an individual that will take it there. It is not a body. Well, I have not seen the executive and this. I mean, if it's there, you can tell me. It is individuals that take it upon themselves. This one, guys, is not even the parliamentarians. And people have a right to go and seek clarifications. They are boxing. They are fighting. Two people. I am right. You are right. We need to settle this. Wow. Once they settle it, we go. Now, I want to disband some of these things so we all can get all these things. Now, if my time is up, don't worry. I want
to Mr. Amuzo, just know that there are two. So if you finish, I have to talk. Because there are two of them, so I have to talk.
I'm trying to get him to do the substantive issues, but
because I have a lot of questions for my good brother.
A lot of commentary, but you haven't.
Because I need to clarify the propaganda. I need to clarify all these things. You may not like what the Supreme Court is doing, but you don't have to
like
delve
it personally.
into...
You personally, do you like it? You personally, do you like it?
I love even the one that I don't like.
What aspect do you like?
Huh?
What aspect do you like and why?
What aspect of what they are doing? Because they are the ones we've been given the power to do this and that. So if we go there and we still holding to what we send them for them to clarify, what are we telling them? That they don't qualify? That it should have gone away, and if it doesn't go away, we don't like it? They've given a ruling that I in my opinion, shouldn't have gone away. But we gotta go on because
in your opinion, the ruling shouldn't have gone that way?
Yes, the 2013 ruling by the Supreme Court on the petition.
How should the ruling have gone in your opinion?
In my opinion,
yes.
There should have been a runoff. Elections.
Oh, we are not talking about elections. We're talking about this ruling.
Oh, this ruling.
Yes.
This ruling. I'm cool with it.
Why are you cool with it? What part of it are you cool with?
Because okay, very good. Now, so going into this one now. You talk about Article 104, right? Let me read it. It says a quorum, right?
Mm-hmm.
A quorum shall be formed by. Let me read it. Okay. So 104.
Mm-hmm.
Matters in Parliament shall be determined by votes of the majority of members.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of members.
Mm-hmm.
Are the deputy speakers members of the House?
Majority of members present. That's what they're saying.
Are the deputy speakers members of the House?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So what are we saying? So in determining matters, because they are deputy speakers, they are not members of the House. Is that what you want to say?
No, we are saying that the role of the speaker.
We're going to come there. I know where you want to get to, but I want you to answer that when it comes to decision,
the role of the speaker. So when you are playing the role of the speaker, you have to be impartial, and the court recognized that.
Very good. Okay. Hold on right there.
Meanwhile,
We've talked enough about that.
Have expanded.
Alfred, hold on right there. Now,
sure.
In 2013, right? If we say that in 2013, Atuguba was part of the panel, right? Was part of the judicial panel. You think it was fair that it was his that determined who should be the president of Ghana? You think it was fair?
I don't even know why you are bringing this thing up.
You are talking about the person presiding, right? And then because you are presiding, you are so impartial. You cannot make the right decision.
Are not similar. The facts you are comparing are not
He's
similar.
comparing oranges to mango. He's comparing oranges to mango.
Now it is no longer the person presiding. It is a court and parliament. So we should view it as court and parliament, right? Okay, fine. You're going to view it as that.
We have to remain on the facts of the issue. Matter of fact, this case has been adjudged to be a case of first impression, which means there is no direct precedent. There's no direct case law that address this particular case. So,
Mr. Amuzo,
the similarities.
I've asked 2 questions.
Let me finish.
I've asked 2 questions. If I let me ask this question, they've not been able to cite any authority. They should cite one authority for me, which none of them, both Dr. Tu and if I have not been able to sign. Number two,
all the time. There are cases you don't need, or you don't have a precedent. So how?
So you see, it depends on what you are addressing.
Let's get a fact to finish up.
It depends on what you are addressing. Now, when it comes to the case of parliamentary proceedings with the judiciary coming in to pronounce it illegal or whatever, they cited one. He cited the 1970 distinct case. Okay, and they cited a lot of other cases. So there's
no case law for this.
I understand that. I perfectly understand that. But you see, if you go to the court and then you have the specific relief, based on the way you're going to conclude, you may have to come up with other stuff. Just as when you read this thing, the way they enumerated it from the speaker was there, the speaker wasn't there. It was the deputy speaker. The deputy speaker was an MP counter. So they give all that in order to come to that conclusion that we all will accept. But me sitting here, right? They first went there as speakers of parliament. So the quorum and the full house you're talking about, you are talking about people, including the one you said could not be counted. What do you mean? The parliament that we have right now, it's it's 275, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if the speaker is not there, we have 274.
No, still 275. The speaker is not part of it.
Okay. So what are we? So you see, those are the contradictions the Supreme Court has clarified.
But the Supreme Court says, the same Supreme Court says, which I read to you on page 25, the Supreme Court says the role of the speaker must remain impartial.
Yes, yeah. Impartial.
Okay. You see, that was what Atu was trying to explain, and you did not understand. Okay. The deputy speakers are not speakers. You see, they are playing. Hold on. They are playing the role of the speaker because the speaker is not there.
Exactly.
Now they have. Hello. Let me finish. You see, if you don't let me flow. Now, the deputy speakers have other functions within there that the speaker doesn't have. We have to get all this little stuff, and all of them come in. Now, the deputy speakers.
We are worried about the role of the speaker.
Can I ask this question? Can I ask this question?
Hold on. I need him to.
I'll ask the question.
Yeah, so we are saying that, right? The role of the speaker. So it doesn't matter who is playing that role.
It matters. It matters. Now, let me tell you why it matters. And if you don't let me flow, you won't understand. Now, when it comes to the speaker not voting, right?
Okay.
They said, hold on. They said for the speaker, hold on. The speaker, they said original and casting vote.
Okay, I told you, if it matters, why would the Constitution expressly bar the presiding person from forming quorum in Article 102? If it matters. If you say the role of the speaker, it matters who is playing that role, then why?
No.
When the 102 barring,
okay.
102 specifically says the presiding officer or the presiding parliamentarian shall not form quorum.
Okay, that interpretation is wrong, and that's what we're telling you now. So listen, you are not gonna listen. If you want to stick to whatever you're talking right now, the Supreme Court said that is not the interpretation, and you keep on with that. Now, listen. Why did? Okay, listen. In electing the deputy speakers, right? The Constitution says the deputy speaker shall be elected from the political party.
Yes.
From Parliament. So when they were talking about this thing that you just quoted, why did they use the person presiding and did not just say the deputy speaker elected from Parliament? Because they also recognize that it is possible that there may be somebody elected who may not necessarily come from Parliament. So when you read that one, right? When you read that one, it has a lot of interpretation.
No. Say that again. There may be somebody elected as a deputy speaker who's not from Parliament.
Yes.
No. Our constitution doesn't have that. The deputy speaker have to come from parliament. Period. It's close.
Okay,
the constitution doesn't say the only person who that must not be parliamentarian. I mean, I don't be saying things that the constitution don't say.
I'm not changing it. Now, okay, why did the constitution not say the deputy speaker elected from parliament or the deputy speaker who is an MP, but he said the person presiding?
The person presiding to mean that, first of all, anybody can preside.
From parliament. There you go. Anybody can preside who is not necessarily an MP. So if you don't read,
no.
Your argument has been thrown away by the Supreme Court, and
you are stretching a non-fact.
I am not stretching it. I will find out. Where it says.
Who else is going to preside in parliament if the person is not? The only non-MP that can preside in parliament is the Speaker of Parliament. Period. No other person can preside unless the person is a parliamentarian. Period. We know this. That's a fact.
Okay, so I'm asking you, why did the Constitution not say the deputy speaker who is a parliamentarian, but say a person presiding? Why did the Constitution say that?
To read a purposeful meaning to the Constitution. It doesn't have to say. It says a presiding. The person presiding.
If you are definite. If you are definite that only parliamentarians and the speaker can, why would the Constitution say a person presiding?
Let me read what it says to you. Article 102 says, a quorum of parliament apart from the person presiding shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament.
Read 1042. So that's
and I'm asking you.
No, 1042.
Hold on. Read again.
Which one? 102 or 1042?
Apart from the person presiding.
Yeah, this is 102. 102 says, a quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament.
My question is,
and the deputy speakers are not members of parliament?
They are members of parliament.
Exactly. So that is the contradiction in the Constitution.
If the deputy speaker is presiding, then the language was specific. It says the person presiding. So if the deputy speaker, who is a member of parliament, is presiding, he does not vote. That's the language of the Constitution.
Okay, but is he a member of parliament?
My friend, I think you are going round and round. The Constitution is clear. The Constitution says that in 102 that the person presiding does not vote.
Alfred, can I do this contribution?
So it can be any parliamentarian who is presiding.
Alfred,
even though you are parliamentarian, because you assume that
Alfred, it says the person presiding will not form part of the quorum. It didn't say
yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we are saying.
That's what we are saying.
So Joe Wise counted himself. The issue at stake is
he counted himself.
Did the MPP have 138 members of parliament present at the time they vote? And we are saying to form a quorum, do they have that? And we are saying that the quorum in question is quorum for 104. Because this is a decision quorum, which is no longer 1/3. It's half of parliament sitting. So, in fact, what we needed is 138. And the question being put is 104, which is the decision quorum, is silent on the presiding officer being counted.
Mm-hmm. No, so what the is saying is that
we are
the person is the speaker. Why wouldn't you use the speaker on 102 and use the same speaker on 104?
Average.
Okay, that's what we are saying. So, if you use the
interpretation there, does not affect. No. We've had this debate.
Alfred,
we've had this debate.
I've told you from the beginning that my brother Efa and then Dr. Atu are going to play propaganda mischief. And that's exactly what they are doing this afternoon.
A misunderstanding of the,
no, that's what exactly they are doing this afternoon. Let me put this question. Let me put this question to the two of them. My brother Efa knows very well, and Dr. Atu knows very well that as a deputy speaker, the privilege that comes with that office is different from an ordinary member of parliament. Yes or no?
I mean, but Paul, it's not even about privilege, right? It can be any ordinary
a deputy speaker is also not a speaker.
It doesn't have to be.
A deputy speaker is not a speaker.
Mr. Muzu, if the speaker is out of the country, and the deputy
speaker is playing the role.
Again, that is a non-fact because what we are talking about, it's not even the deputy speaker.
Exactly.
Just saying the speaker. Whoever is presiding
is the speaker.
Presiding.
And if you limit yourself to whoever is presiding, and you don't want to accept the fact that there is a possibility,
it's unfortunate. They started punching me saying that I didn't read the verdict. It's rather not showing that Dr. Tu and my brother Efa, they've not even read the 29-page judgment because from what they are doing, the argument they are making shows that they don't even know what they are talking about. You understand me?
Pretty much what the judgment sounded like.
Once you assume the position of the seat, you are Mr. Speaker. Nothing more, nothing less.
And you see, and that is the interpretation that is causing the problem, right?
This is my last comment. If Efa and Dr. Tu don't know, the deputy speakers, the two of them, has been given V8, which they are not paying for. It's the state making for them.
That's it. Okay. This is irrelevant to the case.
Let me tell them
this is irrelevant to this case.
It don't matter.
It is very irrelevant. Okay. Why is the deputy speaker? No, let me say it. Why? Okay. In order of presidency, right? It is the president, the vice president,
and the
speaker.
And
hold on.
Right. Okay.
And then the speaker comes, and then it goes all the way
justice and the chief justice.
So if the deputy speakers are speakers, why wouldn't they go to? Why wouldn't it go to first deputy speaker, second deputy speaker? Because the speaker is not there. They are now speakers, and it goes over here.
After you are the one who is the law students, right? What you are doing here, I tell you are the one who's the law student.
He's a law student that he's trying to tell the law upside down.
What you're doing here is you are not separating the role of a speaker from the speaker.
Exactly.
The speaker, yes. Listen. The speaker can come in all this hierarchy, but if you're playing the role of that is for the person, the speaker, not his role.
Yeah.
But we are saying that if you are sitting in his seat, which is if you're playing the role of a speaker, you automatically have to assume impartiality.
Exactly. That's there are no two words about that. No, that one not two words about that.
So you assume.
Okay, that's what we say. But you cannot say he cannot vote. That one there is
there's no impartiality about. There's no two ways about that. And the way to ensure you are impartial is that you abstain from certain votes. You do not form quorum, and that language is clear in 102. 102.
No, that's not. And you see, we have had this thing. Now, let me take you to one very important key. You are going to ask yourself that this is very, very important. You're going to ask yourself that we've been practicing this 7th parliament. Why is it becoming an issue right now? Right? Why is it becoming an issue right now?
Because of the numbers.
Because of the numbers. Okay? So when that becomes an issue, we are going to debate. This is what you think it means. And I believe, and I am still...
do you want me to read 102 again? Because 102 says, a quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding...
Mr. Muzu, let's move on.
Let's move on. Presiding cannot be part of the quorum.
Mr. Muzu, let's move on.
The language of the Constitution.
So if you wanted to that, then the Constitution would have been specific and say an MP who is elected as this cannot. And the Supreme Court is telling you that
an MP.
Huh? Because it says that the deputies must be elected from among them, right?
Yes. Presiding.
Okay, hold on. If you don't get the basics, if you don't get the basics of interpretation. If you don't get, listen. If you don't get the basics of interpretation, you're going to get it wrong. Now, when it gets to the quorum, it says apart from the person presiding, right? But we all know that the two deputies, right, are MPs. So why did it not say that the MPs who are if it happened to be the MPs who are the deputy speakers presiding, but it says a person presiding. That person presiding.
Whether you are MP or you are not an MP,
you are Mr. Speaker.
No. On the face value of it.
It's nowhere.
On the face value of it. Listen, on the face value of it, that is how you're going to interpret it. On the face value. But the MP, no. The MP, hold on. The MP is first an MP.
Mr. Musa, I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet. I told you they'll be playing mischief and propaganda.
No. This is not mischief.
It is so confusing. I don't know.
That's what he's doing.
It is not confusing.
You believe what you are saying.
You don't want to accept the ruling. That is why it is confusing to you.
The Constitution is clear. The Constitution says if you are presiding, you cannot vote. It does not matter. Okay, so are you trying to tell me that somebody who's not a parliamentarian, right, who's an outsider, who's presiding, should vote?
The person is not an MP. What is it you don't understand?
That's why
the person is not an MP. If you are MP, no.
The only way they'll bring the voting in is they are contemplating that MPs will be presiding. Because if MP is not presiding, then the whole vote thing is mute. The whole voting thing of the presiding person. Hold on, here's the law student. Let's talk about this part. The issue is, why would they say you, the presiding person, cannot vote if you do not even have the right to vote to start with? The only way they say you cannot vote is because
it's not vote.
The presiding person is voting for an MP.
I thought we had the
eligibility to vote.
Alfred, hold on.
Under what circumstances would a non-MP who is come a non-MP vote? Because a non-MP cannot vote, we cannot make a law that says a non-MPs, who are sitting should not vote. They cannot vote. The only reason we can say that language is we are presuming that the person who is going to be presiding is a person who has the eligibility to vote. But we are saying because that person is presiding, he's not going to vote.
He didn't say that. So, Alfred, 102 says, it talks about quorum. 104.2 talks about the speaker not voting.
No.
So, okay, let me finish.
When it comes to before you come in, and I was thinking we're going to settle the quorum aspect, and then we come to the voting.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the voting aspect for the speaker, it was clear.
Yeah.
No original, no casting, and at the committee level, it is clear. No original, but casting. Now, because the speaker has no committee voting anywhere. Speaker is not even on any committee. No. I'm saying no. I'm talking about. There are two votings in the House. There is the original voting and then the casting vote.
The speaker. You are saying the speaker doesn't vote, but then you bring committee in. So I'm saying, where is the committee? The speaker doesn't participate in committee, does he?
I am not putting the speaker into the committee. I am saying when it comes to the committee level, the chairperson doesn't have an original vote. Okay?
Why is that?
That is their rule. I think this one even questions that one.
But you see, it is because, and I can help you with the answer. It is because the impartiality of the person that is.
But he has a casting vote. He has a casting vote.
The judgment says
he has a casting. No. The committee members, the committee chair has a casting vote.
Okay, let's agree.
You are not listening. You are not listening.
Let's agree that
Exactly, because you see,
let's agree that he has a casting vote. The vote here is not a casting vote; it's a quorum vote. That's what the question is. We are saying, did the MPP
there is nothing like a quorum vote. There is nothing like a quorum vote.
That's what it says here.
A quorum is a quorum.
Okay.
You are boxing a lot of stuff.
You have to be present for the quorum.
A quorum is numbers. Voting is voting. Voting is decision. So we don't have to make.
It's the counting I'm talking about. You have to count towards quorum. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
He doesn't count towards quorum.
Who doesn't count towards quorum?
The presiding officer.
If he's an MP. If he's an MP.
You say that even at the committee level, they only have a casting vote, right?
Yeah, okay. So when you are talking about quorum, Alfred, we are boxing so many things. Quorum is different from voting, okay? And when it comes to voting, we'll have to this thing. If we don't separate these things and quorum votes, blah blah blah, we're going to be everywhere, nowhere. You take it one after the other. Quorum is the number required to start a business.
Okay.
Vote is what we use to take a decision.
Okay.
Okay. To take a decision that we're going to do this and that. If we don't have a quorum, we can't even start in the first place to make a decision. And these are the things that is bringing in all this kind of stuff. I am of the opinion, I mean, the interpretation can go anyway, that the person is first an MP. The number, if we are talking about 2/3, half and stuff like that, it's 275. It is not 274.
No, 1/3, 94.
Yeah, but the 1/3 or whatever you're talking about is 275. Which number are you going to use to determine?
93 or so. Hold on, let me
94.
Yeah, so this thing, I mean, come on, you are here, that's here, and one ought to be settled. And I agree with what has been said. It is not only for this parliament, it's going to be with us and let somebody go for review and all that. So standing here, the quorum, I agree. The voting, I agree.
Yes. When you throw a ball to hit a wall, the ball will come back to you.
Today, we are not giving any good reason for agreeing.
Yeah, they're not giving any good reason so far. Today, they are justifying the indefensible. Tomorrow, it will start at their face, and I'll wait to see what they'll be saying. Now it's number one. Okay. Number two, Alfred, number two, let's also set...
That is what you should tell Mahama and the NDC. Now, when the Supreme Court rule and it is in your favor, we have a good institution. When it doesn't go into your favor, when state institutions don't do things you like, these is people, they are political, they are there for somebody, we need to stop that. Disagree with them. But let us come out with the way forward. This will not hurt anybody. The rulings that they've given that we don't agree. We are going to work with it today. We will work with it tomorrow, and we will work with it forever until we change it. Anything short of that, we are all going to be under it. That's what it is.
I think you are more interested in making commentary than actually addressing the substantive issue.
Mr. Musu, you see, he has even contradicted himself. He has contradicted himself right now. He said, until we change it. He knows deep down within his heart that the judgment that was given by the Supreme Court was wrong. He said, until it's changed. He knows.
I have not misinterpreted anything. What? No. The Supreme Court can repeal its own rules. At a point in time, we had fast track court. It was taken to court. It was ruled that it's not legal. And so that you can't sit in the office, each time close up here and say this is illegal. So anytime the Supreme Court sits down and change it, we're going to go, hey, if right now, as we're speaking, we go and give a different, go there and do the legal debate too. And they say, no, this one is more reasonable. We don't go with it.
We have so much commentary, but
Justice Abdulai said he's going to go for a review. I heard it this morning. He's going to go for a review.
He should go for it.
I can assure him that it's going to be 9-0. 9-0. Okay. 9-0. I can
because you are doing propaganda here. Then I need an argument.
Let me bring in Lifetime Legacy. He's been watching us do the Georgia for a few minutes, and I'm sure he's there yearning to join. So, Lifetime Legacy, welcome to the show.
Alfred, thank you for having me. First of all, greet my senior comrade and brothers on the show, and also to extend my greetings to our viewers and our listeners. Once again, it is a privilege to be on this platform to share my opinion as far as the issue at the table is concerned.
Right.
All is into the interest of our country. The place you and I and the listeners and our viewers can call home when odds are against the odds. Alfred, I will start by saying that the current justices of our Supreme Court and the government in power are setting a very bad precedent where it will come out one day to harm them. And the only thing at this material time I will pray is that the good Lord should grant all of us the life to live to see that day. Why am I saying this? You see, political office is not a permanent position. One come, one go. So whatever you find yourself, whenever you are in a political office, whatever you do, you must have at the back of your mind that there is going to be a future. Whatever you sow today, you are likely to reap it in the future.
Right.
So in that regard, every decision you take, you must think about the future.
Okay.
It is like you having the privilege to build a hospital. If you decided that you will not build a hospital and you are out of office, when all the odds are against you and there's no hospital, you can die. So
Okay,
the MPP
substantive issues. Okay, so the substantive issues, right?
Yes, I'm coming to that. So the MPP.
But I'm going to take the time. I'm going to take you off if you run out of time and you haven't addressed the.
How many minutes do I have?
You have like 5 minutes, please.
Okay. So the MPP and the judges must make sure that what they are doing, when the coin flip to the other way around, they'll be able to live with it without any complaint. Because at the right time, all that they are doing, we'll pay them back. I must set the record very straight.
Who is paying them back? What?
We'll pay them back when the coin flip.
I think that can be taken as a threat to the judge. You know that.
Alfred, I am saying that when government change,
judges back. How do you pay judges back?
Alfred, what I'm saying is that I'm talking about the governance and the administration. Definitely in the future, we are going to have
the administration back, not judges back.
I'm not talking about the judges.
Okay.
Because none of the judges will be in parliament.
Okay, gotcha.
Alfred, let me tell you one thing. I had opportunity to be talking to one of the whip. During the election of Bagbin, NDC had the privilege to appoint or to select the 2 deputy speakers. Okay? But because of convention and fairness, we let go. You get it? Now that it is giving us the conventions over the years is that always the 2 deputies must come from the opposition. But now that it is telling us that even when you are in the chair, you can still vote as a deputy. Now that convention, we as NDC will not respect it anymore. If we have the chance and the privilege to get all the 2 deputies from within us, when the coin flip, we'll go ahead and do it. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Deputy have to come from. Okay, both deputies came from the same party. Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that now that the convention,
but the constitution gave you the
Paul
gave you a policy reason why
both deputies did not come from the same party. No, you see, let us not come here and be making
Love me, and you mention my name. I'm not talking. You mention my name.
I use the word convention.
I like you so much.
Let me use the word convention. All right, you guys can hug after the show. let me
use the word convention.
Okay, Laughter Legacy, let me throw this in quickly, right? They gave you policy reasons because most of the time, appellate courts like the Supreme Courts usually would do a policy or would take a policy stand. And the policy stand they took here is that what we are describing is subject to abuse if we say that the presiding MP cannot...
I was building a point. I'm coming to the very thing you want to talk about.
Yeah, but what I just wanted to throw the question in and you can definitely answer it as part of your point. It says that if we do say the presiding MP cannot form quorum, it can be subjected to abuse where the presiding MP, if he favors him, will not show up in parliament and reduce the number of people available to form quorum or make a decision. So it is important that we preserve their vote. But again, doing so kind of, in my mind, violates the independence or impartiality that we needed to preserve for a person who's sitting in the role of a speaker. Now you can go ahead.
Absolutely. Over the years, this is the 8th parliament we have. When we go back to, I got a chance to listen to the former MP for who happens to be a deputy speaker. I think Klensung. No, is it Jirasa? One of them. I had the opportunity to listen to him. And is he like that is why we are all saying that over the years, whoever is a deputy speaker loses a voting right. Okay, does not have a voting right. Now we are having.
That.
He said
The Constitution didn't say that.
Yes, the Constitution is silent because natural law and natural proceedings of meetings gave us the reasons that practically. Let me make references to my brother Ifa. When he goes to his branch meeting, okay, and he's a secretary to the branch, and his chairman is not around, he sits in as a chairman. Does he have a voting right? There have been so many occasions where my brother Ifa chaired their branch meeting. You get it? Did he have a voting right as a chairman of the meeting? Okay, natural law in every meeting that we've all attended. There have been so many occasions where I have chaired a ward meeting. There have been a situation where I have chaired a constituency meeting. There have been a situation where, when I was the youth organizer of my constituency, I sometimes chair constituency meeting. You get it? When that happened,
they're giving you a lot of detail on this issue. They gave you United Kingdom, United States, where the presiding or the Speaker of the House is allowed to vote.
Alfred,
or has a
Ghana's constitution, we are practicing the hybrid. Okay.
What do you mean by
we are practicing the hybrid type of governance, where our governance system is borrowed from the UK and that of the United States. You get it? So in the hybrid system, we have inculcated our own way of life in our cultural setup. Those are the things we have inculcated in as far as our governance is concerned. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Right.
So even though we have our hybrid, we are operating on the hybrid system, that of the UK and the United States system, we also brought in our cultural setup, our traditional setup. That is why that is how we operate as our parliament system or our governance system operates. And it's traditionally every person who presided over a meeting that loses his voting right. Do you get it? And the funny and the useless argument NPP members are making is that the Deputy Speaker of Parliament was elected by his people to represent a constituency.
Can I focus the discussion quickly though? The issue at stake is now whether the member of parliament should vote or not. And that wasn't even brought up at all. It's not part of the reliefs. What is being asked is whether he constitutes quorum, because in fact, the day of that decision, he did not even vote himself. It's just a matter
so it is not, the Constitution is very clear. The Constitution is very clear that whenever you are even a deputy, okay, and you are coming from your home, and you are supposed to chair the parliament on that day, you are not part of the quorum. You are not counted to be part of the quorum. And the Speaker, Abangbagbe, when after the so-called budget overturn was done, when he came, he made it very, very clear to the entire nation that what his deputy did was wrong.
Yeah, but we are not talking about that, right?
You said?
Okay, go ahead.
You said, so what I'm saying is that to constitute a quorum, person who chairs the meeting is not part of the quorum.
Okay, good. So that is your position, and that is the main issue as to whether the person votes as part of the decision that hasn't even been brought up at all.
It doesn't. It's not part. It doesn't. The person who chairs the meeting, does not supposed to count himself to constitute a quorum. And these practices, we have implemented it even at our party level, and it is the same. Some of those things that we carry over, like I said earlier on, our traditional setup is the same thing. You get it? So it is not a new thing, but it has become a new thing because the current government is so desperate to use all diabolic and evil means just to reduce the numbers to have their e-levy. But forgetting that they can do all this, they can use all the tactics and the dubious means to do this. By the end of the day, they will not achieve their goal.
Okay, great. So I try to stay away from saying evil and using words like that, right? Of course, it may be political tactics to get a certain bill passed, but I don't think it's necessary for us to be calling it evil tactics and stuff like that. Just kind of to make that clear. All right. Uncle Ato, Dr. Ato, let's get back to you on one more round of the issues, and then see if we can get out of here by 4:30, because I know Paul is banging the door trying to get out of here. He got to go take care of the kids. Okay, so Ato,
some of us have extra time, so those who are not ready to hunt the witches can leave, and we will stay and hunt the witches.
because today he has been flip-flopping, and his flop. He wants me to leave there. You can play Mr.
That is MVP for you. When you see them, God is there. God loves them. When you go against them, then God becomes their enemy.
Right. Okay. I want. So this is how the Supreme Court actually, or this is the judgment they pass on each of the issues that they table. So, for instance, issue 1, they says whether or not, upon a true interpretation of 102.1041 of the Constitution, the Deputy Speaker or any member of Parliament presiding over Parliament in the absence of the Speaker can vote or take part in making of a decision by Parliament. And they are saying that the 1992 Constitution provisions provides that the 2 deputy speakers in 2 distinct provisions that's relevant parts. Okay, so they're just reciting again the parts where in Article 95 it says there shall be a Speaker of Parliament who shall be elected by members of Parliament. The deputy speaker shall, there shall be 2 deputy speakers who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among the members of Parliament, both of whom shall not be members of the same political party. So it says the Speaker is elected by member of Parliament. Okay, blah, 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 blah. And then, where did they end with this ruling? Because I want to be able to...
Page 28.
Okay. 28, thanks for that. So 28 here says... okay. It says, in conclusion, we wish to restate in respect of the issues agreed for determination as follows. That upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 102, 104.1 of the Constitution of 1992, a Deputy Speaker of Parliament or any other member of Parliament presiding over Parliament is entitled to be counted as part of 1/2 of all members present. That is to say that a presiding deputy is entitled to be counted for the purpose of forming a quorum under Article 104.1 of the Constitution. Now, I just want a reminder for myself again, because sometimes I tend to think that that's not the question they asked you, or it could just be me thinking that. So I want your help on this as well. The issue here is whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of 102 and 104, the Constitution, a deputy speaker or any other member of Parliament presiding over Parliament in the absence of the Speaker can vote to take part in the making of a decision by Parliament. So that vote to take part is the quorum, and they are saying, yes, that can happen. What is your take on this?
So, Alfred, I think that's exactly what myself and if I are saying right now, that
right.
The Supreme Court actually agrees with what we are saying, that we have a speaker who's elected by Ghanaian populace, elected by only the parliamentarians. The deputy speaker who were elected by say the people of Bekwai and the people of Fomina. So the Supreme actually agrees with us that in that terms of using the speaker and presiding member, they are 2 separate things. The speaker, Mambabin, cannot vote or cannot be part of any quorum because he wasn't elected by anybody except Parliament itself. So I agree with this in the sense that if you are having a deputy speaker who's a member of Parliament, MP for Bekwai, you have an MP for Fomina, they are part of the members of Parliament.
But Article 102 was clear on that. It says the presiding person shall not be part of quorum.
They are throwing that 102 away.
Why are we throwing 102 away?
That's what the Supreme Court is saying right now.
No, Supreme Court didn't say they are throwing 102 away.
What is it saying? Right,
I think the Supreme Court says the constitutional provision is unconstitutional.
What did you read? What did you say right now? That they now form part of a quorum.
Yeah, that's what we are saying, that is wrong. My position is that this is wrong.
You're not a Supreme Court judge. You are not a judge.
Right. So in your case, because a judge says it's right.
Oh yes, come on, man. It's like, what are you talking about? These are the Supreme Court judges. That's where they went to seek verification of the law.
So you can't think about, or you can criticize, or you can review, or break down, or understand. Try to understand what.
Going for a review for a 7-0.
Because here's the thing: the same Supreme Court in this judgment is saying that the reason we try to make the presiding person not vote or not form quorum is because that person need to preserve their impartiality.
But I'm saying that.
And then he says that there are two types of quorums. One quorum for just debate, another quorum for deciding business. The one for deciding business is very important. That's why we want half of parliament. The one for just debate is not so important. So we want only 1/3 of parliament. But it specifically says, even though the one that is not important as the other one, the debate one, which is not as important as the decision one, and the debate one, we only want 1/4, which is 92 members present. That one, whoever is presiding does not form quorum. But the one that is important when we are making decisions, that for that one, even though we want to maintain impartiality, that the person presiding should actually be part of quorum. That's your understanding.
It's been a long. That's what I'm saying. That's the argument I find myself are making. That if you're talking about the speaker as in Babin, he is not.
I think you got that wrong, though. I think you got that so wrong. Because
that they're giving right now that the deputy and the first deputy and second deputy can vote. This is because they are members of parliament.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I think you got that so wrong.
Of quorum.
I think you got that so wrong, and here's why, right? You got that wrong. You got that wrong because the speaker, of course, as the holder of that office, who's not a parliamentarian, yes, 104.2 provided for the speaker, but 102 talk about anybody playing the role of a speaker.
I'm saying that in this judgment, it says otherwise.
But the Supreme Court's judges cannot contradict the Constitution.
No.
The Constitution is clearly in black and white. That's what it sounds like.
Alfred, today Dr. Two is not well prepared. He didn't read the judgment. He just came. He didn't read the judgment. He just came to play mischief.
Allow me.
He just came to play mischief. And I told you, look.
And the only doctrine the Constitution they are using is that they're saying impartial union, whatever.
I hacked into their camp, and I know they did not read the judgment. He and if I have decided to come and play mischief, that's all they are doing. That's all they are doing. Nothing more, nothing less.
Can I finish? Interestingly, I thought it was 28 pages. But
it was 29 pages.
Paul only went down to 29 pages to only read the names of the judges. He didn't even read it. He went down straight to 29 pages. And I'm surprised that my friend Saul would only go down to the last page to read what is on the last page. Names of the judges and
so I'm telling authority that you have not read the judgment.
You didn't read.
Don't say I didn't read it. You didn't read it. Because the argument you are making is non-fair. It's non-fair.
I'm only interpreting. I'm only saying.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm saying that the Supreme Court is saying that
you see,
the second deputy speakers cannot form a quorum.
When Dr. Two is playing propaganda, he start laughing. When Dr. Two is playing propaganda, he start laughing. That's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, I thought you also say that you have one disagreement with the judgment. So, what do you disagree with this judgment?
The only thing I disagree with, they put an impression that voting was the only thing that members of parliament should do. I don't think that otherwise people are going to go to the constitution and say, "Oh, if you vote for me, I'm going to vote in parliament." They have other duties. Voting is only just one of them.
No, but the matter at question is voting. That's why they are addressing just that. You don't. I mean, it's not. This is not a case where they want you to.
I'm
They want
only saying that the impression is being created that the MPs are only go to parliament to vote. Even right now in Ghana, there's people don't even understand the role of an MP.
So, do you want the judgment to have listed all the other things the MPs do?
No. I'm saying the impression, even with this discussion, is being created that the MP's duty is only to vote.
Yeah, but I thought you say you have one disagreement with the judgment. What is that?
That's my only disagreement. That it appears that the MP's duty is only to vote.
So, are you saying that the judgment should include other things that MPs do, especially when that wasn't the case? That wasn't what was taken to court.
The judgment talks about other.
So you don't know what you disagree with. You just giving us something.
No. The judgment talked about other duties of the MP, and I would wish that the judgment talked about the role of the MP and talked about what in regards to this. But the impression is being created that the MP's duty is only to go to parliament.
Yeah, I mean, that is because that is the matter that was taken to because that were taken to the court. I mean, we have a whole chapter in our constitution on the legislature, but it wasn't that chapter that was taken to court. It was just this.
I know, but we agreed that there were other reliefs that you and I agreed that there were other reliefs that the court talked about. But I'm saying that if you're only saying that they represent a particular constituency, so that they must vote. It tells me that the MP's duty is mainly about voting in parliament. That's my.
But you agree that because they represent a constituency,
yes,
telling them not to vote is disenfranchising them, right?
It is.
It's disenfranchising the entire constituency.
Yes.
So on that basis, do you think that Article 104.5, which says that if you have any conflict of interest or you are a partner to a transaction that Parliament is debating, that you do not vote? Do you agree with that?
So if you have a conflict, yes. If you have where would you be?
Is it a constituency's conflict of interest or is your personal conflict of interest?
Good question.
The Constitution did not talk about that, so I cannot over here interpret that. I cannot. You asking me to interpret it. I'm not a lawyer.
So you are saying that it is fine for the Constitution to disenfranchise a whole constituency because the MP,
Like what?
For instance, if you have a project or contractor who is about to build a bridge for whatever, for instance, the case of Ajapa Mesa, who was the secretary to PDS, and he has to vote on PDS, and he was taken up.
He was taken off. He couldn't vote because he has an interest.
He has an interest.
Conflict of interest.
Okay, does his constituency have an interest?
Interest, exactly.
He is conflicted. So why would you think somebody who's conflicted should vote?
Let's move on.
He's voting for himself or he's voting for
No. It wasn't that disqualification is not based on constituency. That disqualification is based on something to do with the firm. Okay, it is in the judgment. It is in the judgment on page 23. It is not in relation to your constituency, your private work. Your private company issue.
So let's come down and address this step by step, right? The question I'm asking of Ato is he's saying that telling the presiding officer that he cannot vote constitutes disenfranchisement of his constituency.
Yes.
So I'm going back to Article 105 that says if that individual MP is conflicted, he cannot vote. So that individual MP, because of his personal conflict, are we saying that it's fine for the Constitution to disenfranchise his whole constituency because he, the MP, is conflicted?
Yes, because you are voting at the expense of your constituency. It's a selfish endeavor. So say if I have a contract, I have a firm, and I am the owner of a firm, and they're voting on that, I should just because I'm representing.
It has nothing to do with the constituency.
So the Constitution actually disenfranchise your constituency because you have a personal interest. That's what we are saying.
Yes.
Yes.
but we are saying that where you are presiding over a matter in which you are supposed to be independent and impartial, that we cannot disenfranchise your constituency because of that.
What do you mean by that?
Because a presiding officer is to preserve his impartiality by abstaining according to 102.
Is there a personal interest? Is there a conflict of interest?
If you are presiding
Wow.
over a whole
Wow.
or decision,
If
you can keep the scale in one way. You can decide.
But that's not even true, though. We say that, but it's not always true.
That is even worse than a conflict of
No, it's not. It's not. No.
As an individual, listen. You as an individual, you can decide whether you admit a question or you reject a question.
Okay, so my question to you. So
As a committee member, as a chairman of a committee or what? No, there are rules governing that. No, there are rules governing that. You cannot just decide that.
You can rule anything.
No. Who told you that?
Your deputy.
You think you can just go preside over a meeting and just do whatever you want? No, that doesn't. No, it's not true.
The deputy speaker came and rejected a vote that was cast legitimately on the 26th of November to reject the budget. He did that because he's the chair.
Mr. Amuzo, can I make my submission?
So I don't know if it's a lack of understanding of the processes or not.
No. You don't want to understand it.
Today I told you that my good brother Ifa, the student of law who is learning law, and Dr. Ato, a doctor, a PhD holder, they've just come here this afternoon to play mischief and propaganda. There's nothing that we are going to say here that we agree with.
We are only interpreting and understanding and breaking down what the Supreme Court is saying. And the Supreme Court tends to agree with what we are saying that you don't understand because of political.
Dr. Ato, if I am your lecturer, I'll give you minus 10 over 100.
Yes, that's what you know. I thought the Supreme Court legacy over here, think that the Supreme Court is the MPP, and then when you come back to power, it's like you actually scandalizing the court. You actually putting motives into.
I have not. Let me make my submission. So, Dr. Ato,
but can I read? Panel, please. Can I read something from the judgment to guide us on voting?
Is going to come next.
Let me finish.
Can I read something for all of us? It's going to help.
Just 2 minutes. Give it 2 minutes and let me finish. I will not talk again. Look.
Okay.
Okay. And Alfred and then everybody over here. The issue at stake is this: it's Mr. Efa Ameyao is my good friend. He's in the NPP. I'm in the NDC. We are going to play a soccer match, and the match is between Efa and myself.
We are comparing apples.
And Efa, hold on. Efa playing the same game with me wants to be a referee.
A bad analogy. Stop it. It's a bad one. Please stop it. If you're
let him go. Let him go. I'll finish him on it. Let him go. Continue.
Let him finish the submission.
About football match and referee. No,
you've made all kinds of analogies here today. Your brother here, your brother. You even brought in. You even brought in the duties of parliamentarians, who has nothing to do with.
Dr. Two is surprising me now because he's
behaving somebody from.
Dr. Two is surprising me now because he's behaving like Akufo-Addo. He's trying to be autocratic on this show this afternoon. And unfortunately, Akufo-Addo has told us they are Obiakwa Menu. So Dr. Ato should be mindful that I have two just like the way he has two. So the way that he has equal right to make his submission, I have also the same right to make my submission.
Apples to mangoes. Did you say that or not?
I said it.
So I'm saying that to right to you.
That is your opinion. That is your opinion. I am saying
you brought in duties of MPs, which is
saying don't be autocratic like Akufo-Addo this afternoon. That's what I'm asking you to not to do. I am saying that the MPP and the NDC in Parliament are two different parties who have different political agenda. Now, Dr. Atu and my good brother Ifa is telling me today that as much as the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, who is known as Mr. Speaker, if the Speaker is not there, who assumes all the office of the Speaker, has an interest in a situation or has an interest in a debate that is being debated upon, can be a referee at the same time be taking part in the debate. It is something I leave for your judgment. Number two, I also want to set a record over here that At the time that they were doing, or they turned over the budget that was rejected, at the time that they did that, okay, the deputy speaker who was acting as a speaker in the seat of the speaker, okay, when the decision came and they were arguing about whether the yea and the no, okay, we all heard it loud and clear. The no were louder than the yes. But according to him, he said the yes have it. That was where Muntaka challenged and said that we should do a division.
Division, yeah.
How come you are not part of the yes and the no vote, but when you get the division, you wanted to be counted? I leave it to the judgment of my good brother Ifa and Dr. Ato. I will end here and say that because my lovely wife is home and I need to take her out now, I'll end here by saying that, okay, Ifa is suffering, Dr. Ato is suffering, Alfred is suffering, Nanado Adanko Akufado himself is suffering. Everybody is suffering. I will end it over here, and I hope my absent, if I not play mischief at my absent. My wife is here. I need to take my wife out. And thank you very much. And have a lovely good afternoon.
All right. So thanks for those submission. And in your absence, I know Lifetime Legacy will be, holding the fort for you. So no problem. We'll continue the conversation until the last man drops, right? Okay. So let me bring it to, I don't know if everybody's frozen. Perhaps FI is frozen because he has a permanent smile on. FI is frozen. Okay. Lifetime Legacy.
I think he's frozen too.
Okay.
I mean, I was reading, so it kind of put the camera.
You are gonna read something for us, so if you don't mind, go ahead and read
it. So it's gonna freeze. I hope you don't mind, but I will be able to.
Sure.
Read. Yeah. So it's on page 22.
22. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So page 22 on voting. I was gonna read the one on there's one on 19 about the quorum, but 22.
Okay, which one do you want to go first? 22 or 19?
22 on voting. Okay. So yeah.
Go ahead.
So it says that I'm going to read from the clear language of the Constitution. Certain important implications flow from this fundamental distinction between the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Notably, whilst Article 104(2) of the Constitution provides yes, the Speaker shall have neither original or casting vote, no such. That's the emphasis. No such
disqualification is placed on the Deputy Speaker whether or not he or she is presiding in the House in the absence of the Speaker.
That is our argument.
Yeah, but this is a misreading of the law.
This is for interpreting the Constitution.
Yeah, I think it's frozen. But yeah, go ahead.
So this
school and we're doing, when we were in school and we're doing comprehension, right? When the statement is made, we all have our people are calling and calling and calling. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah. I mean I could be addressing Ato while you answer them, but Ato, so here's the thing.
No, I can come. Sorry. So the whole point is for me standing here, right? I have my. You can have your personal whatever to do with what they've said. Criticize them. That is that review and all that. I submit to that. I will encourage Abdulai to take up the review. Let us not prejudge these things. Just you see. When we do prejudge, if you go there, they're not gonna. That will not give you the opportunity to sit down and really do your research and come out with the points to punch holes into the distance. We all are learning. Yesterday we were doing something. Today we do it different way. It's all part of the whole process and stuff like that. I would not encourage an immediate review. It's just fresh. Wait for this to go a little bit, and then you see how
go a little bit where.
Let them practice with the new judgment as has been given.
They're not practicing with the new judgment. The new judgment itself pointed to the fact that, there has to be an amendment in Parliament of the parliamentary orders. Otherwise, this is
okay. Okay, so
here's the thing.
if a judgment is given,
you read something, but you backed into commentary. I want us to address exactly what you read. You're saying that the Constitution in 104.2 was clear that the Speaker shall have neither original or casting vote, and no such restriction or disqualification has been placed on the Deputy Speaker. But there's nowhere else in the Constitution also where it gave that power to the Deputy Speaker. It did not.
Okay, so the argument.
Matter of fact, so let me add one more thing before you go. Matter of fact, Article 104 is a subordinate article because it says, except as otherwise provided for by this Constitution. That is how the 104 started, which means that 104 is subservient to previous provisions or other provisions of the Constitution. And another provision of the Constitution in 102 specifically point to the presiding person to not be part of quorum. So if a subordinate provision in 104.5, is it 104.2, which you're reading, that one specifically gave or bars the Speaker, but does not bar the Deputy. The Deputy was already barred in 102.
No.
Okay.
Hold on. Except,
hold on. Provided by the Constitution.
Listen. Except as otherwise provided, it's not the same as subject to. Okay.
Yeah, it is provided. It is provided.
No. Except as otherwise provided. You see, so except some as otherwise provided, maybe. Okay, so maybe there's a limitation somewhere or stuff like that. Now, subject to. Okay, so let me give you a criticism. I didn't want to say it, but because of where you're going, let me give you a criticism, right? If in my professional opinion, right, on this, critical opinion on this, I sincerely believe there is a restriction on an MP who becomes
presiding.
Yes, but it is not on both voting. That when there is a challenge, he can vote. That is why.
So the questions
hold on, let me finish with my criticism. So my understanding of it is that originally you cannot just go there and vote. Okay? Originally you go there and you want to vote. No. But where there is a tie, you can add to the vote. That is why it says it talks about original vote. It doesn't talk about casting vote when it talks about the deputy speakers. So
you didn't even say that in the Constitution. The Constitution was mute on the deputy speakers voting.
And then maybe it is the standing order. There is one of them that says. Hold on. There is maybe the standing. I've been looking for it. I can't. Maybe the standing order is the one that.
If you tell me what you're looking for, I'll pull it in the standing order.
Yes. Okay. So it says that the deputy speaker shall not have original vote. It doesn't talk about the casting vote.
Oh, the standing order says a lot of things, and the standing order actually bars the presiding person from forming quorum.
Listen. So the presiding person, the presiding person, it's not necessarily the deputy speaker. Okay, so for us to put the deputy speaker as the presiding person only, and for which reason he cannot represent his constituency, that I disagree.
No.
That is not the interpretation we have to give to this one. Because listen.
You are making the issues in so
many.
Hold on.
No. I'm not. Now listen. There are 275, right? The 275. Okay. Any of the members on both sides could have been an MP. So let's say for instance, if what's his name, Joe Y says I don't want to be, right, and that there should be an MP from say Okudzeto Ablokwa. So you're telling me that now Okudzeto Ablokwa, who will be an MP, Now he becomes a deputy and cannot represent his constituency and talk about all these kind of stuff.
That's not what we are saying.
Is that no? That I don't think that is the interpretation we are saying is wrong. That he should be able to form a quorum and he should be able to vote, especially when there's a tie.
What we are saying is not just reserved for deputy. It's not reserved for just the deputy speaker. It's for the person presiding.
Yes,
so we've given you reasons. We've given you several reasons. Let me finish my thoughts.
So if the presiding person is not an MP, who will argue with you? The presiding person does not form a quorum. The presiding person does not vote. Okay, the speaker. But if that person is an MP,
the only presiding person who cannot be an MP is the speaker. Other than that, there's no way there's going to be anybody presiding in parliament who's not an MP, period.
Okay, so why? Okay, so like I'm telling you, if that is, you see, that is a wrong interpretation of the Constitution. Hold on. If that is what the Constitution meant, the Constitution should have said an MP who is presiding cannot.
No.
That's what the Constitution should have said. But the Constitution did not say,
okay,
and I finish.
Here's the question. Here's the question to you. Can anybody else vote in parliament?
Why did the Constitution say a person presiding and not the MP who is this?
The presiding person cannot vote. That is because the Constitution.
Why did the Constitution not just simply say the MP who is presiding?
Let me finish my sentence and you have the floor. If the Constitution says that the presiding person cannot vote, that is because the presiding person has eligibility to vote. Okay, and who has eligibility to vote? MPs. So the fact that the Constitution doesn't say MP presiding should not vote does not sit here nor there.
When you go to the speaker, why was it specific? He was not the speaker is not a member of parliament. Why did it go further to say you will have neither this or this? Why did it say that? Because he's not a member of parliament. The Constitution has already said that if you are a member of parliament and then you are elected a speaker, you can't. But why did it say that? If you want to wait, huh?
I'm sure you understand this thing, but you're just making a fuss for no
reason.
No.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. You see, when it comes to the case of the speaker, right? It says that if the speaker is an MP, okay, he has to relinquish. After saying all and we know that MPs vote, it went further to say a speaker shall have this or shall have this or that. It specified all those things. Now we come to a deputy speaker, and then they are elected, and then he goes and says a person presiding. If the Constitution meant to say the deputy speakers who are MPs, the Constitution would have said specifically.
What categories of people can preside in parliament?
We have to find out. I was reading something to quote.
What do you mean?
In which they say, no. Hold on. I don't have it right now. I wrote most of my articles down, but I was reading something where it says somebody in the civil service, or I don't know if somebody was making an article, but I read a lot of stuff.
Is it in the Constitution?
Huh?
If it is
I'm not sure. Else I would have quoted.
Don't forget it. Don't bring it here.
So a person presiding may not necessarily be the deputy speakers, and I am convinced that a deputy speaker is first an MP.
Okay, let me read.
You cannot take those rights away from them. No,
provision in the Constitution on that. 101 of the Constitution says the speaker shall preside in parliament. This is presiding in parliament. It says the speaker shall preside in parliament at all sittings, and in his absence, a deputy speaker shall preside. Okay, so then the Constitution went to 102 and says a quorum of parliament apart from the person presiding. So it specifically tells you that two people can preside, the speaker or the deputy speaker. Then in 102 is telling you that apart from a quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of parliament.
Yeah.
So the deputy speaker is the only other one that the Constitution provides to be a person who can preside in 101.
Oh, the speaker presides too.
Yes,
right. The says the speaker or the deputy speaker. In the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker presides. And then in 102, it says that the person presiding, in this case, whether the speaker or the deputy speaker shall.
That is your opinion. That is your opinion.
That my opinion, guys. Yeah. Come on. You are educated. You are reading the English language.
The thing is that no. In interpretation, no. In interpretation.
What kind of interpretation do you need on this?
You are doing. That is why the experts. Like for instance, if I come here and because of my small finance and I want to challenge you.
Let's say you refuse to understand this because
no. This one I am convinced. I have been here and I've told you.
So again.
Hold on. Let me make this statement before you come in. We're going to go back and forth. Now, so when it comes to quorum, right? And it says, apart from the person presiding, right? Okay. If they wanted to be specific, they would have said, apart from the speaker or the... You see, nothing prevented them, nothing prevented them to have put specifically the other one that they've enumerated, but
the Constitution is not an island. The provisions are not islands on their own. They are supposed to be read together. You don't read one article.
Exactly.
So we reading it together, right? We are saying who can preside in Parliament. There are only two people the Constitution provided for. The person presiding can be.
It's in English.
The person presiding. Let me finish. The person presiding can be either. Well, it's three people. The two deputies and the speaker.
Two deputies, yes, right?
Okay, and then it went on in 102 to say the person presiding.
No, the speaker, 104.104.2. The speaker, not
the speaker. My brother, 104.2, right? Let me explain 104.2. 104.2 is only giving specifically the limitations of the speaker. This is just
not the person presiding.
But 102 also place a restriction on the person presiding, regardless of whether that person is a speaker or not a speaker. Why are you not respecting 102?
No. You're not understanding.
That is your interpretation that the Supreme Court is telling you that if you interpret it as that, you are wrong. And we agree with the Supreme Court.
It favors you, therefore you can say that. And I
mean, you can say it anyway. It favors me, it doesn't favor me. We've taken cases to the Supreme Court. We wanted them to have ruled in a way it did not go. We take it. And that's how it is. Of course. If it favors me, you want me to. If it favors me, you want me to say it doesn't favor me. No.
Citizens, when we find issues with a ruling of a Supreme Court, we have the duty to actually, interrogate it, and that's what we are doing here. So
I perfectly agree with you. It's a good thing that we gotta do that. But
I'm telling you that
to call them names and threaten them that the coin will turn, no coin will turn. Coin will turn. In 2013, a coin turned in 2016. They're still there. Nobody has touched them. Don't go and touch anybody. Coin will turn and turn and turn. They will give judgment upon judgment. That's their duty. And I'm
just gonna conclude that you know the facts, but
Alfred, if you're saying that it's very explicit, then you're not also being very truthful.
Yeah, but Alfred, why do you want us? Why do you want us to think the same way? There won't be even any discussion. You want us to agree to your point, and that can be.
Who can preside in 101? But in 102, we say now, if you can preside, how? If you are presiding, what happens to you in 102? We say these are the people who can preside in 101, but when they are presiding, this is what happened to them. That's what we said in 102. Then we went into 104.2 to say that we isolated the speaker and addressed the speaker by himself. The fact that we addressed the speaker by himself in 104.2 does not mean that what applies to both the speaker and the two deputy speakers in 102 is null and void. That is still valid.
Why would they use the speaker? Why would they use the speaker?
And hold on. And by convention, Alfred, by convention, because we've always had a house where it is a clear majority. This has not been an issue, but right now it has become an issue, and there's a need for us to rule on it. So your opinion is taken, ours is taken, and you need to respect both. You cannot say.
Let me answer it, right? I thought in 102 they were specifically talking about quorum before a discussion occurs. In 102, in 104.2, look at the privileges that were taken from the speaker. It was he has no original and no casting vote, not quorum. So that is what 104.2 is talking about, and it shouldn't be construed as the limitations on counting yourself towards quorum that was placed on the person who's presiding. The person who is presiding 102 place a limitation on them. They cannot. According to the Constitution, they can never be counted towards quorum.
The Supreme Court actually agrees with my reasoning.
The Supreme Court has settled it, and that's
the unfortunate part. That's why this needs to be reviewed. But like we said, we will not be surprised.
Good luck with that. 7-0, if you want to go for review for 9-0, good luck with that.
Okay, bring in lifetime legacy. Lifetime legacy. What do you think about these two provisions? Because I mean, I am of the thought that 102 is clear on who can be part of quorum and not part of quorum, and we say there are two different types of quorum: a decision quorum and a debate quorum. A debate quorum is not as stringent as a decision quorum. A debate quorum only requires that there is 1/3, but a decision quorum requires half of parliament. Now, the Constitution did not say whether the presiding person can be limited from being counted towards decision quorum. But in terms of the debate quorum, which was the 102 quorum, that they are clearly exempted. That is the less stringent one because of the fact that the debates have not as much consequences as a decision quorum would do. What are your thoughts on this?
Alfred, I have listened to this argument when the first deputy speaker proceeded over the meeting to overturn Bagbe's decision. I have heard a lot of argument, including the one he himself had made. And he was very, very clear that he doesn't have a voting right when he sits in the chair. Now, there has also been various explanations to that effect. That when you, like the way Bagbe have traveled now, okay, the first and the second deputy speaker, when they are leaving home, okay, when they set off from their various home towards parliament, it is clear that any of the two can preside the parliament on that day. You get it? So the moment they get into the chamber, they are not regarded as members of parliament. They automatically assume the position of a speaker. You get it? So when it happens in that way, they are not supposed to be counted to constitute quorum for parliamentary proceeding. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Yeah, but it's captured in 102. 102 says they're not, if there's a debate going on.
So the Constitution is very, very clear on that one. But what we are having at hand, for instance, now, which you and I, even though you have a neutral position as the host, we all know the game that is being played. My brother Ifa, like you have said, understand what the whole discussion or what the whole thing is about. But because of politics, and I am surprised my brother and senior comrade, Dr. To, who's supposed to stay neutral today, decided that even though he also knows the reality, but decided to go other way around. You see, all that I want to say on this is that whatever we are doing, it will come back to hunters.
Right.
It will come back to hunter. That one, I said, my brother, if I don't want to understand. And NDC is a party when we are in opposition, in as much as things doesn't go into our favor, we have tough skin to endure. It is them when they are in opposition, it looks like they are in a hell, that they don't have the tough skin to endure some of these things. We will endure, and one day, like I said,
I mean, injustice under any regime is injustice, right? So I would not necessarily bless that we would, the NDC would.
I am speaking as an NDC member.
Yeah, I'm saying that it shouldn't be tolerated that the NDC will inflict any.
Alfred, in as much as I will agree with your position that is how it's supposed to be. When you look at the governance of NDC or the country Ghana, you realize that the first party to lose power and then endured by the reigning party is NDC. We have been in power. We never experienced opposition until we lost power in 2000. You get it?
Yeah.
Now, when we got power again in 2008, we won. We got power in 2009 when we won election in 2008 and came into form government in 2009. We adopt father for all situation.
Right.
So even things that were supposed to be straight on, we overlook some of those things. And we all saw what happened in 2000 when MPP won election. That wasn't the case. Now we have seen what has happened.
Let's not digress too much, right?
You said?
Let's not digress too much. So how do you want to tie that to the judgment?
All that I'm saying is that a lesson is being taught us.
Right.
A lesson is being taught us, and we will one day come back.
It will one day come back and hunt them.
We'll come back to hand them. That is all that I want to say.
Okay, great. So let me read this comment and then I'll bring you in. It's not a threat, I'm sure. It's just a matter of reminding you that when you set precedents or stare decisis, of course, now this case will not come back as a first impression no more because there's a precedent being set.
So
if there was a precedent,
the judges, or who are you coming back to hunt?
I mean, no, but I'm saying, I think he's saying that for those who are currently praising this type of decisions, they should be aware that a precedent has been set by the highest court of the land, which means that we now have a precedent. Stare decisis requires that a case in the similar jurisdiction from the highest court, unless it's overturned, is used to adjudge another with similar facts. So when it comes back, and perhaps the MPP happens to be in opposition or those in favor of the current decision are in favor, they should not complain that a certain procedure, though clearly supported by the language of the Constitution, is being ruled as not constitutional, that they shouldn't complain. That's what he's saying. That's what my understanding of what it is.
That is exactly what I mean.
Unless maybe he wants to clarify, because we know how the NDC has.
No, he's not issuing threats, so let's not even stress that.
Dr. Atu, how do you want to be mischievous this afternoon? I am saying that, let me say it on authority that.
Right. So we had just said it's the show of the season.
NDC, MPP, we are political animal. Okay, and every single thing we do, it's before us. That is what I want to say.
Okay.
So if the MPP is today telling us that if you are a deputy speaker and you are presiding over a meeting,
it's a Supreme Court judgment. If you agree with that, that's fine. If you don't agree with that, then you go for review.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that a precedent has been set here, right? That's what even the president, John Mahama, seemed to want to echo. That
he scandalized the courts, and that's very unfortunate that a person of his stature would even scandalize the court.
He's not scandalizing the court. He's just saying that. So is a precedent not set according to you? Is this not a precedent?
It's a precedent, but you can disagree with the
court. And he's just saying that when that precedent affects you next time, because when they are
you don't go further to ascribe motives.
Nobody's
no. Dr. Atu,
turn around and impact you.
Dr. Atu,
I've read about what the president.
You see, even Mahama have been so charitable. Mahama have been charitable.
Okay. Then you are ascribing motives to the judges. Is very unfortunate, very unfortunate.
He's not. I haven't heard that.
No. They are threatening the judges. All that they are saying, they are threatening. They've been threatening.
I am saying that.
Not what you are saying. You are trying to polish it. But you guys are threatening judges. There is not a single judgment from the Supreme Court that somebody thinks should not be. You see, you should give an example.
Is it also not too ironic that
let's not bring what you're hearing from other people?
All of them will decide in one way. Is it also not ironic?
Okay, please, can you hold?
Is it also strange that 7 people, even twins born from the same womb, have different opinion over an issue.
Okay, let's move.
Is it not so strange?
I mean, well, no, how strange is that? How strange? There's no unanimous decision.
So that is why I'm saying that.
Guys, I'm gonna cut
No,
your mic.
are you saying that there hasn't been unanimous decision ever in the world, in the United States, in London, and all those places of our matters?
Don't respond directly to. I'm the host, so let me direct the conversation. Okay.
No, I wanted to come in and tell them that NDC as a political party and the officials, they are threatening the Supreme Court over their decisions and other institutions of state, and that is bad faith and that is bad on their side. I'm putting it on record.
We are limiting our conversations to what we discussed here, and what we discussed here. Besides that, let me also say
what has this will come to buy them? They are not. We understand this. I can give you a series of things we've taken to court. We come and we follow it. You are going to follow it. How are you going to come and say you're going to bite us? How? They are speaking to the Supreme Court that what you are doing, you are favoring somebody. But when they speak, it doesn't matter who is in power. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Okay, so from what I heard from both Paul today and Lifetime Legacy is that a bad precedent has been set here, and that has also been.
Let us enjoy it. Yes, we are giving them. That is their duty. It is like the police. You have people in there that are killing your members. If they're not going to do anything about it, it is up to them. Those are the people we've given. Let us give them the respect. Bad, you can call it bad. I don't see it as bad. I see it as good. It is a good thing. People don't go to parliament and have blade ready to fight because we don't know what to do in this situation. They come and they bring clarity. So we move on. But you people are enjoying what they're doing in there. Come on now.
Okay, are you done?
Let's for us to clear it and move on. And then, this is not good. That is good. I mean, I don't get that.
Okay, I want you to speed it all out. So if I start, you don't interrupt me again.
I'm good.
All right, good. Okay, you were hot for a minute. Okay, but what you're saying is that, I mean, from what I've heard is that, of course, there's a bad precedent that was set, and the precedents can go around. So if it come around and impacts the NPP, we're just saying that they also enjoy it, like the NDC is enjoying it now. That's all. No threat to Supreme Court judges. None of that. We are not. If anybody is threatening Supreme Court judges, either the person probably misspoke and they should apologize to the court. But we wouldn't tolerate that on the show. That's all I wanted to say. Togbi Fichi says, Togbi Khanyo says, top show for this of the season. So you guys are doing fantastic. Listening, they're enjoying it. Boss Linga says, political lawyers discussing. I will keep quiet and listen. All right, Boss Linga. I mean, we are issuing law degree here today, so you can come for you. Thanks for watching, though. Boss Linga is host of the ACO Hef show, which is on Sundays. Please try to join if you have the time on Sundays. You learn a lot. I learn a lot from that show. Immaculate Edward Adore says, hello, family. Thanks for joining. And I love the reference to family because we are a big family, right? We jaw, but when I go CFR after the show, we'll be drinking tonight and forget about all the things we talked about. And Boslinga again came says, I like the calmness of Lifetime Legacy. Okay, Lifetime Legacy.
He's throwing a lot of punches today.
He's praising you just before he punch you, so be careful now. All right, so again, our cherished viewer, Togi Henyo again is saying Sato is getting ideas from his daughter. So let him keep going. Sato, I think somebody opened the door, so people saw that. All right, so guys, I think we've exhausted a lot of the issues on the judgments. And if you so please, I want to talk about bowling, the bowling vans quickly.
Yes, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean.
You in? Okay, great. So I think if I will start with you. So we've seen spate of robberies of bowling vans that would be transporting, say, cash or, assets from one bank to another for depository, etc., etc. They get stopped. Though these vans are supposed to be escorted by police, the recent one we witnessed, they were robbed. The police officer was actually shot in the head. Come to find out, the people who are suspected and have been so far arrested, some actually killed, happen to be police officers themselves. So in other words, the robbers of these bullion vans turn out to be the police, which means that some criminal elements of society found themselves in our security forces, and that can be a source of fear for all of us. Efa, are you afraid? This. I mean, let's talk about this in the context of this whole conversations about coup d'etats and etc. etc. There's always been disgruntledness in our services, which led into multiple coups over and over. Some of them come and claim that the society was interested in it and that's how we do it. I don't know how that they got the communication. The society actually wanted a coup. But we are seeing symptoms of the disgruntledness. We are seeing symptoms of criminality within our forces. I've seen some article that you've posted that this has been with us since time immemorial, where several instances of robberies were found out to be conducted by persons who are members of the security forces. How do we get rid of this type of people? Would it be through how we recruit? Would it be through some investigation that is done periodically? Looking at the United States, for instance, before you work for the government, your background is checked. You have to be re-investigated depending on the type of security clearance you are getting. If it is top secret, you have to be re-investigated every 5 years to ensure that, one, you haven't done any criminal acts, you are not getting a lot of tickets, you don't have pressure in terms of contracts that you may have gone to that you lost, and therefore you have to pay a large sum of money, which will put undue pressure on you to find ways to actually make that money, either through corrupt means or through things like robbing of bowling vans. Do you think it's about time we do something like that in Ghana? Perhaps it's already underway, but if it is not, this time we should do something like that. Should we begin to look critically at how we recruit people into our services as a way to get rid of these issues?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alfred. Now, so to start with, right, we have to start on the premise that the human being is bad, okay? Once you're born a human being, you're bad. So society put a lot of things in place to make it good, so that under normal circumstances, you would have done this, but you become a pastor, you want to learn, you want to focus on certain things, so you do it and stuff like that. So it is very important that we come up with this clear cut that, the human being that you see is capable of anything. That's why you hear a pastor chopped up the wife's head, knifed them, hit them down, whatever. Somebody, whoever, lawyer did this, somebody banned this and that and stuff like that. So we have to have that in mind. Now, when you study psychology, I mean, you don't have to do deep psychology and criminology and all that aspects of that. It tells you that, the human being can be very, very wicked. And at any point in time, you don't know what someone else is thinking or what someone else want to do. Okay. So society over the time has put in place certain things that guides us. The police, the officers, go and identify yourself here and stuff like that. Now, for the sake of time, let's shift quickly to the Ghana Police Service. The Ghana Police Service has done a lot. They've done a lot, like, substantially in protecting us and, the day-to-day activities of the day. We've been criticizing them about bribery and stuff like that. And until Dampare was appointed,
it's not like we've been criticizing them about bribery, right? We've, seen a lot of them taking bribes.
Right. So we see it. Yeah, you criticize what is not good, right? And then you praise what is. So they've done a lot of stuff in the past, but you see that in recent time with the appointment of Dampare, there is that paradigm shift of the institution.
Some people say Dampare is just talkative. He's in the social media doing a lot of talking.
I don't think so.
On the ground,
I don't think so.
Ato agrees with that, but he would address that.
That's fine. What Ato agrees with is that the good thing that Dampare is
well, let Ato agree with let Ato tell us what he agrees
because
with.
We've talked about this before, security and stuff.
But so you are violating the privilege he has in you. He's here with us. So.
Okay, so you see,
you touch on some specific. One of the things that we have to, which we have not done, is that, in fact, there was one time when our late ex-vice president Nkensinaka made a statement that the security forces are for their bongos, and we all got offended, and we were, but that has always been right. We just allow anybody to become an army officer or a police officer, but for heaven's sake, these are people that are protecting us. That, you see, this is the person that is protecting the president, protecting installations. So if you go and put anybody that somebody can easily influence, or somebody that has not been brought up properly in the society, then what are you doing to the country? You're virtually selling your country to the highest bidder, and that is that's definitely going to happen. So a test case will be, tell yourself that if you have a gun that you're supplying, you pick it up from Accra and you're taking it all the way to Taman, can you pass through without being caught? And in this case, that the answer can be yes. You may be distant, but you can always bribe your way over there. You just pop by, oh, officer, I to send pop-ups and $50 and oh, I buy it to say, and all that kind of stuff. So, see, it is important that we look at issues about recruitment. Now, to talk about recruitment, how have we seen recruitment? Recruitment has been very politicized, okay? And to the point where somebody will come and say, oh, these political parties people, that political parties people. But even if you are going to do it on political parties basis, I don't have a problem with that. You have to make sure that the process that includes who is this person, what is his background, where is he coming from? You do it. Sometimes you may not be able to do it instantly, but you have to have an internal way of monitoring and supervising. It will interest you to know that they have all these officers. They have officers in charge of this at the national level, headquarters, police headquarters, at the regional level, and at the district level. Officer in charge of this and this and kind. They just write a report and give it to them because somehow our society has always been mania. Oh, we get to know the person, becomes a friend. Okay, he does something, he's supposed to be disciplined. We go off track and we told it. So it is important. Now, if we are talking about the specific case of this bullion van, I am not surprised. Now, Ghana is developing, going high level. If you look at what we've been able to achieve under this Fourth Republic, right? Some of these things are going to be creeping in. It will become a point for cocaine trafficking. And all these are all security agencies. It will become a place for people to sniff in, smuggle stuff, either for people to use locally or for it to be a transit point. And these are all this kind of stuff, okay? So that is that. Now, criminals will sit down. Criminals are very, very intelligent people. They will sit down and look at your security forces and draw a plan to get in. Hey, it will not cease because the bullion vans have been, I can tell you that some of them are still in there. Okay, so it is up to the police. They've started on a good note, but it is important for them to do an intensive cleanup exercise. Do not go and victimize anybody. Don't look at the tattoo on somebody's face, but go and find out about the fact. Now, when you look at this case and you look at the fact that a policeman is ready to kill a fellow policeman, that is deep. That is mafia. That is extreme. That is cartel-like. Okay? There may be a situation where, friendly fire, whatever. But this is very important. Now, so let me sift it down. Now, one incident that strikes me, they may be right, they may be wrong. I don't want to criticize them unless we get more details on it, was when two of the suspects, right, were taken to go and identify others for them to be arrested, and they were killed. Now, you see, the police has to take a serious note of that. Okay? Who made that decision? Based on what? Okay? Was it a case of they could have waited and given instructions? Did they know that such an occurrence was going to take place, and that there was a possibility of a fire? And if there was a fire, where was the backup? Okay. Now, in the midst of the fire, it came from a specific place. Why was there not a cover-up for them to have, surrounded? So if it was a case that up to now,
isn't it interesting that the only people who died are the
exactly
the suspects?
So
are you saying you are suspicious of
that they were sent there to be killed? That is one suspicion, because it is interesting
coming from you, because you are full of praise for Dampere's leadership, but you seem to be suggesting that somehow the police hierarchy,
yes,
or somebody within the police has intentionally taken these people to be killed.
Yes. And that is one conspiracy theory I have. That is one conspiracy theory I have. I don't know who did, but the police administration.
So you don't have any facts to back this up. You are just
no. Yeah. Based on the way it happened, right?
Right.
These are key people. There are others. There are 4 more, right? But there may be syndicates in there. The way it happened, it's most likely there are syndicates in there. Why was it not one person? Why 2? Okay.
Right.
Why 2 people to the same place? Why was it not one person? So that is the question.
Taking a direction because everything is digitized right now. Why don't you just take the digital location and go to the place yourself? Why do you need a suspect?
Even going to the place with them, right? This is a high-level operation. Okay. So this is operation when you see when we watch the way these people act, right? It is not beyond us. You could have surrounded the location, okay? Like east, north, and stuff like that, okay?
Right.
Have a satellite view, have a backup, have a sniper or whatever behind.
Right.
Protect them. You are going for information.
The people who are not protected, take the criminals out. Since they've already said that the people are here, okay.
Exactly. Okay.
But let me ask you, why do you think, what would be the reason for this? What would be the reason that somebody would want these police officers taken to a place to be killed?
So the first one is for them to hide information. The second information which favors them may be really, they realize that when they sat down and put everything together, they realized that these were the people that would lead us to catching them, that any other thing, they will be suspicious. That is also possible. So the negative is possible. The positive is also possible. Okay. But if you know that it was such they should have come up with the possibility that, the killing was going to be possible. Okay. So if the killing was going to be possible, you take extra caution. In case of this is what you do. And
so let me ask you this final question on this thing. What do you think should be done if you suspect that there's foul play here? What do you think the police administration, what do you think they should do? Should there be an investigation? Should there be an outside entity coming to perform an investigation to go to the bottom of why suspects who are under custody of the police will be taken to an operation and have them killed?
Right. The good news is that there are 4 more, but this one they should, like you said, they should investigate. I think that we have good enough bilateral security agreement with external powers, and if we need their help, they can come in and assist us.
We don't need an outside, say for instance, a different institution from a different country to come and do the investigation. I'm just saying something like, for instance, I don't know if Ioko would just do economic crime. So this is not an economic crime, but or have like prosecutors from the office of the Attorney General go after this.
So that the Attorney General coming in is when a case has been established against somebody to do that.
The Attorney General can choose to investigate any crime, right?
Right, but they first have to do their own preliminary assessment of what happened and be able to pinpoint holes and come to that conclusion that there's a foul play here.
This one is obvious to you. There's something called
to me obvious. It is the 2 that were killed, right?
Arrest Salikuda, right?
So how come? I understand that. I understand in a case like this, they were the only one that would have gone in there. But where was the backup? Okay.
And how were they able to just get away with it like that? So maybe they were tip off and a whole lot of other stuff. But it is important that they take this thing up. Now, crime, right? When you get to this point, you don't know that the person next to you is one of them. So in fact, the IGP should take this matter very, very serious.
Yeah, would you trust the IGP with that?
And if they are not able to solve this, right? If they are not able to solve it, that is where some bad elements within the country that want to make coup are going to start looking at who is in there that want to make coup, who is in there that want to blow something, who is in there that want to sell some intelligence to somebody for them to take advantage of us. And if externally we don't want to go there, we can send a hand to the military. You know, the military intelligence, and they're good at some things and stuff like that. But we need to really, really, really be serious about it, because they mean business, and they are. And it is not just these people. I can tell you, knowing what I know, I mean, there are more. And some may not be caught. Some will go behind the scene. You will never catch them. And then they rebound. We catch them later. It is how these crimes work. But it is important that you have this thing in place that fishes them out. You know, this is not surprising at all. No, this is not surprising at all.
Right. Okay. Your submission actually brought Paul back. He said something in our private he wanted
he didn't go anywhere. You know, Paul lost my conversation. So welcome, Paul.
Yes. So I mean, I think this is a very great submission. And since I've known my brother, today is the day that he has been very truthful, very, very truthful on this issue. I 100% or 101% agreed and shared all the submission he's made. The only part I want to add to it is that the question he posed was, I mean, the IGP should sit up, and I totally agree. Because
would you trust the IGP with being the person to read the system of this? Because I think it's happened under his supervision, so this can be squarely blamed on him. So yes, if there has to be a bottom up or top down review of practices, how even the leaders manage their units, etc., etc., the IGP should also be looked at. So would you trust the IGP with such a responsibility when he himself should also be part of the review?
Look, Mr. Muzu, all of them have been implicated in this issue, as Brother Ifa said. Look, there is more to this. There is more to this.
Right.
I believe some big men are behind the bank robbery, and they know, or they knew, that these police officers who were shot and killed will be speaking out if the issue come up, so they neutralize them just to get them out of the system. So for me, there's more to it, and that, I mean, I think they should set up a bipartisan, parliamentary inquiry to look into this, because it's not good for the image of the Ghana police.
Okay.
It's not good for the security of our country. Now that we all know that
are you saying this based on some fact that you come into knowledge of, or again, it's just conjecture? I just need to ask that.
This is not conjecture. I'm talking, and I'm not going to disclose, or I may be specific in ABC. I'm saying that there is a lot to this. Okay? Because these two police officers that were arrested, who were involved in the bank robbery, how is the whole issue? Let me just, if I did a lot of very good justice to this case, so I'm just going to give a brief background. The robbery that happened at Adodompo, is it Collegon, whatever it is, okay? When one police officer was shot. At the time the robbery was happening, the police officer that was shot, when he came out of the van, he identified his colleague as being part of the armed robbery. That's why they killed him. You understand? Now, the police said they've done their investigation and they've been able to nab these 4 police officers. How come that you've nabbed these 4 police officers? They are very vital. Vital. How do you call it? Vital informant to your investigation, and they just put them to rest. And how come that they went to that? To go and get other robbers, that they were the only 2 that were shot. Mr. Amuzo, this is, when you say this thing to my 6-year-old boy, Samuel, he will tell you you are a joke. This is a joke. The police, whatever behind it, or whoever behind it, the truth will come out. Let's not forget that those people that were shot, they might have confidant that they've spoken to or they've related or said something to.
Right.
These things will come out. If they think they've neutralized
people are social animals. They talk all the time.
Exactly.
They have relationships that they may have said a thing or two to. Yes.
Exactly. They think they've neutralized those two people and that's the end of the case. I don't believe it. I believe some big men are behind it.
But even if you are,
or whether they are politicians, whoever they are, there are some big men behind it, and they know and they are afraid that those names will come out. That's why they neutralize those two police officers. Simple.
Yeah, I think those big men you're talking about could be behind the scene.
Exactly.
Catching, perhaps hurting relatives who may know a thing or two too, right? So if they are really trying to bury this thing, they'll be a little comprehensive about it.
Anyway. So this thing cannot be buried. It will the truth will definitely come out as we move on. I just pray and hope that the other two police officers will be protected, because I hear
we hope so, because this is a country where we wake up to news like there's a serial murderer killing women, and this goes on for several months and nothing happens. Nobody gets arrested. So there are people who are perennial arsonists, go about burning buildings, and nothing happens. We don't ever get them. So I don't know that anything will happen, but I would just say we hope that something happen. All right,
Mr. Muzu, as I stated earlier on, look, I don't believe anything will happen because, as I stated, there are some big men behind. And in this case, whether they are politicians, whether they are, private people, whether they are from the police force, nobody knows. But the truth of the issue is that, this story, when told to anybody, nobody will buy into this story. And that the IGP should sit up, because his effort and his, trying to bring the image of the police service has been dented even bigger than what it used to be when he took over. And you remember, I was one of the person who stated on this show that I am not going to rate the IGP for now. I'm going to wait after a year, 2, 3 before I'll give him my rating. And these are some of the reasons why I don't normally rate people or praise people, just like the way my brother Ifa does. He was praising him the last time you brought this issue up. I told you I'm not going to praise him. And this is a big dent to the police service, to the IGP, and to all the security couples. They should sit up, let the truth come out. The truth should come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great submission. I told Kominadan, so we all have the same camera, which is the Canon. Mine is the Canon R5. It keeps going off. It doesn't stay long for the video. That's why you can see me going forth and back with it. So I thought there's another Ato on YouTube who's asking whether it says this should have been a case for the BNI to handle and not the police. So he's saying the BNI, rather than the police, should go to be the ones to investigate this. What do you say? What are your thoughts on this?
So I think you know my position on the IGP, and I have said several times that he's been very selective.
Right.
Most of the time. The buck stops with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that, when this attack happened, we all knew there was something like inside job, but we could not place our fingers on these issues.
Right.
And by now, the IGP, when he arrested a lot of people who was out there in the public, greeting people and smiling and all that, you think by now he will probably be in the podium addressing people and taking questions. This is uncalled for. And I agree with my friend Ifa. It's like, the police service in every jurisdiction or every country has been corrupt. There's documented evidence about some of these things. But to see a police officer kill his fellow officer in a robbery case, that is usually you see them corrupt, conspiring to take money from people, conspiring to plant, say, substances for their own motives. But it's so unreal or so surreal to see a police officer try to rob. A sociopath would do such things. And like I said, you would think by now the IGP is out there addressing Ghanaians. And by now, in the sense that right now you hear cases about coup d'etats and stuff like that. And anybody who thinks that coup d'etat is not possible in Ghana, rethink about some of these things.
Anybody who thinks that this should be a wake-up call for them.
Yes, that's why I have a different opinion about people say, "Oh, it's not going to be possible." It's possible because you have people in the police forces, you have people in the security forces who think this way. Although they are supposed to serve and protect us, they have a different mindset. And I agree with you that by now we should have an outside body investigating these issues.
Right.
But the IGP could not be trusted. Even their communication. Monday they said 2 people have been arrested. Tuesday they came up with different communications.
Right.
The people have died or have been killed. It does not make sense.
Right.
And if in any parts of the world you think that whose head will roll, it's only communication, and it's so bad.
They just have to release some press statement and forget about it, and nothing happens. Nobody's called to, like, imagine in a serious democracy, or like you said, somebody would have lost their job immediately.
Yes.
You know,
so
which unit commander do these people work for, and what kind of supervision? Which guns are they using? Is it the service guns? What's going on? Like, we need to know more. Perhaps these inquiries are ongoing, and the public is not aware of it. But we need a little bit of transparency. What it does is it gives us comfort that we are dealing with it. But now we are in a limbo. We don't know if these things are being dealt with.
The ICP should be out there addressing the nation.
Right.
They're taking questions. And like I said, the back stops with him. He cannot just be hiding behind anybody or just, like I said, when we were giving him praises, you saw him playing games with other people going around. Have you seen him? No. That's not what we expect of him. I see him to be very selective. Because he doesn't.
So you will be one of those who say he's a social media. It's more.
Yes, he has been a social. Although I would admit that he's changed the face of the police. Then we have to think about recruitment. We cannot just let anybody into the police.
He changed the face of the police in social media.
Social media, yes. We
not
cannot just,
on the ground.
We cannot just take people just because they do political party. Because most of the people in the BNI or into the special forces are all people, party people.
Right.
We can't. It's unacceptable. It's not
when
done.
You say they are party people, what do you mean? So you mean you are agreeing to the fact that when the MPP come to power, they bring their boys in?
Yes, I agree with that.
The same thing when they come into power, they bring their boys in.
Yes, all the special forces, all these people, the higher BNI, all the people are.
Can I chip in? Can I chip in?
A country that is not trusting of each other, right? We are a country where we don't trust each other that much. Yeah. So, for instance, Akufo-Addo wouldn't want to have be surrounded by security forces who may be allegiance to the opposition. That is how coups.
If you agree with me, just if you go to Ghana, try to even speak. If the police, if it stops you, try to speak English. Some of them, I want to say most of them, don't even know the basic English language.
Right.
If you try to speak English with some of them, they'll just let you go like that just because they cannot.
But the minimum requirement is at least you have a high school.
So
diploma.
We have to think about some of these things. They have to go through psychological. They have to go through the basic English. You cannot just put anybody to the police because they are party people. It is going to affect us in the long run, and we are seeing this right now. It's a serious issue that we have to address, and the IGP should set up and address this issue as soon as possible.
Okay. Lifetime Legacy is daring to go. So, Lifetime, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think my brother Ifa for the first time have been holy.
Not only him, right? I think Ato has been very, how do you call it?
I am saying this.
Maybe you're going to praise him more, so wait, hold your horses.
No, I am saying this because he have a tendency not to call a spade, but rather a big spoon.
I don't think there's the time to bash him. Just praise him. Please.
Yeah, if for once he have been charitable or have been honest enough, it's legitimate that I acknowledge that.
Yeah, on the Supreme Court, he was just completely not going to be honest with us.
For the first time, he had been Ghanaian. Then he have taken off the MPP clothes and have behaved like Ghanaian.
Right.
This is all what I have been expecting from him. I think last time, I am glad he have listened to the advice I gave him on the platform that he should try to learn from my brother Daniel, who always say things objectively.
Right.
And I'm glad he have taken that advice in good faith and have done justice to it. So I think he have said it all. There are a lot of questions that are begging for answers. And surprisingly, I watched the video of those guys who committed that crime, who killed their fellow police officer. At the funeral of their fellow police officer, they were the people who were dancing the most. They were the people who were singing the most. So it's very, very sad that we can have people who are supposed to be protecting the citizenry who rather be committing some of this crime. And like I cannot agree more with my brother Ifa and Dr. Ato on what they said, that there are some big wins.
But how do you tell that the person is going to be a criminal? Though one of these individuals actually was the best cadet of his year in his graduating class. He graduated the best. What do you call it? Cadets, police cadets. So how do you tell with such performance when the person has all the right components that would make a fine police officer all of a sudden flip to become a criminal?
Yeah, Alfred, it is difficult for us to determine who a criminal will be. It will be very, very difficult. You see, so but that is why, as an institution like a police service, you should, after the recruitment, you don't just leave it to anything to a chance. You continue to do monitoring and monitor and over to continue to do background check. You don't stop the background check. You have to still continue to monitor the activities of your people, the kind of lifestyle they live after the when they are employed.
Right.
You see, you just oppose their kind of lifestyle they live vis-a-vis their commitment to the institution and the kind of lifestyle they are living.
I like that you say that. There's something we in accounting auditing call lifestyle audits. We look at, how much are you making and how come you have how come you have a Maserati? How you able to all that?
So if you realize that, like to borrow the humble professor at Amels one time when he visited the harbor, he made a statement. He said that some of you are employed and within 3 years you started putting up houses.
Building a house,
You get it. So when continual monitoring it's done, some of these things can be noticed before some of the crime is committed.
Correct.
Like for me, I can't agree with Dr. Ato the more that there might be a big guys behind. Not necessarily a politician. They could be from within the police service. You see, there is one thing that I believe: every single police officer at the top level know the criminals within the system.
Right.
Unless they decided not to go after them.
You're making an emphatic claim, though, so let's be careful with that.
I know what I'm talking about. They know who the criminals are.
You have not shared your facts with me, so
okay.
I don't know what
so
you're
let me
talking
say this. You see, there was a time where you will see somebody on a bicycle or a motor doing patrol within the community. They are not brought from outside. Do you get it? So let me say Dansoma, for instance. They have people within Dansoma who will not be in a uniform. They will just be an ordinary civilian who are informants to the police officers. You get it? So we are living, the criminals are living among us. The criminals, they are living among us. So we know them, or they know them. Until the excesses happen, they don't go after them.
Right.
You get it? Until the excesses happen, they don't go after them. When the excesses happen before they go after them, is it not surprising that because this is a police officer who was killed, so they've been able to conduct the investigation to the extent that they have been able to unravel who the killers were. Is it not surprising? A police officer was killed. Let me take your memory back. What is the name? Kuku Ninja. And one other guy were killed and they were even buried under a foundation. No officer was there. Nobody was there. Nobody sent the information out. But the police were able to conduct investigation. This happened at some time in 1998. They went all out to Ablekuma to unravel where those who did the killing and where the people were buried. You get it. So if the Ghana police are so suspect that if they want to do a good job, they can do it. If Ghana police today decided that we are going to eliminate the criminals within our society, they know how to do it.
Right.
Because if it is not inuring to their benefit, they know how to do it. They can only be silent when it's inuring to their benefit.
Yeah, I've witnessed videos that were shared on social media of somebody committing a crime, and within 24 hours, before you know it, the police will smoke the person out.
Yeah.
So I agree. I agree that they have the
like
means
I said earlier on, which you were asking of my proof. If they want to do a good job, they know how to do it.
Right.
So they know who the criminals are, and they know even among them, they know who are the criminals.
Of course.
And if they want to weed those people out, they can weed them so easily.
Okay, great. Great. So thank you so much for that last piece of good submission there. Dr. To wants to say one more thing before we go. Dr. To, I'm going to just read one or two comments, and then you come in and state what you want to say. In addition to that, if you kind of end it on your last word for us so we can get out of here. I think we've been here almost 3 hours. Okay. No, actually 3 hours, 40 minutes already. So, the conversation is good, we
have time today. So those who don't have time, except for our listeners, but the panelists,
the numbers keep going up and up. So the listeners are enjoying.
You see, they are enjoying it. They are enjoying, and I had wanted to come in before Dr. Ato too.
Let me finish my quick comment.
Okay.
Keep the listeners involved, because of course we're hearing from Kofi Setchofia with Filippo, my own brother from the Hampton Roads area. He's saying that that same guy was dismissed from high school for theft. He's talking about the police officer who I think became the best cadet or so, that he was dismissed from his high school for theft.
Alfred, is it not surprising that you have taken that character to this? I think the police service,
once you're a thief, you're always a thief, right?
It's always the police service can sometimes do more. When it comes to the background check, they can do more. They can go back to your primary days. They can go back to your GSS days.
Yeah, I mean, we want
kind of life
the e-levy so we can find the money to do
No. But you see that you see, when we discuss in the moment, we are not going to go forward. They've lacked on a lot of stuff. Okay.
Right.
You see, our society has been the friendly type. Someone we are sure. Yeah, right. And then they just give a clean slate, and then the person go in there and do their stuff. Exactly. Even when they've established somebody that I call them the Duatua committee, they are the ones that are causing us the problem other than those people. But now that we know all these things, right, the professionalism is important, and we should occasionally come up and then scrutinize their work and ask pertinent questions and probe into it. Parliament should be calling the IGP to give update of, what the measures you are putting in place to make sure this doesn't happen, that doesn't happen, other than we wait for all these things to happen and then all of a sudden
to also pick it from where my brother Ifa end.
Oh, don't pick it from nowhere. We are
no, just 30 seconds. I think our brothers and sisters like ourselves in the diaspora can also make a change. We can also make a change. Why am I saying this? There is no organization or institution here where you commit an offense, even something that you are not supposed to be. If it is a job, you are not supposed to. Your job is supposed to be terminated. You terminate your job. You get it. And those kind of sympathy or the wrong is wrong, regardless of who us is God.
Right.
I think if some of us will also, like Dr. Tu, will go to Ghana, head one of the, if it is called a Boo or Rage Hospital,
you want his mortgage to be foreclosed on.
Why not you go and also help in your area of expertise?
You get it.
I am going end of this
to
year.
implement the
Meet
kind
me
of
there.
his expertise. Whereas my brother Ifa also sent his
Ifa
expertise.
is going to run for MP, so
you get it. I mean,
we'll support him.
we need to the society can change to a better the way we want it if we sometimes send the good things we have learned outside back home.
Okay.
That is
But
sometimes we can
don't
make
look down. See, the people back home don't like it when you talk like that. It is not that they don't know what you've learned here. They know, you know. What is the guarantee that even you wouldn't be corrupted after a while? It's Ghana we are talking about, right?
That is also another way.
The people, most of our parliamentarians actually lived overseas before. They've learned all the things we
Alfred, some
learned.
are able to stand. Let me give practical example.
And then no, I don't want a practical example. I'm just making those comments and then we can go. But
all right,
thanks for that. Thanks for that. So again, Kofi again says he was known to be a thug. He's still talking about the police officer who became the best cadet. He was known to be a thug. He was a thief. So a thug, once a thug, always a thug. Okay, and then Ato Komina. I think this is the other Ato Komina Bedu. Right? Not done. So okay, great. He's saying
you mean
that
Ato Kwamina the MPP?
Yes.
I've given them name. Ato Kwamina MPP, Ato Kwamina, and then Dr. Ato, the neutral man.
The neutral man. The neutral man, if I would disagree, Paul would disagree with you that he's also an MPP spokesperson. Anyway, so I thought he's saying that by what criteria is someone picked as a best cadet? It may be how much they match in parade.
Absolutely.
It could be. But I think I would suspect that it's more than just how much they match. Probably more to it than that. Anyway, so I thought you were gonna say something, and then we had all the interruptions. So if you can please share your
on a funny note, because I live just so that we can just end with that. I live close to the police barracks in Nyani. It was way long time ago.
Right.
And like it was like very close, and so most of my friends were police
officers. Yeah,
I had So talking about recruitment, there were days that they confiscate large those sacks of weed
of cannabis. Okay,
of cannabis, and you know what they did with those? There was a park close to the depot. They go and burn the weed. Right over there.
They go and burn it.
Burn it.
Okay.
Burn it. Burn the weed, and the whole community is like
will be high.
In the everybody who live close to the Sunyani police depot will tell you this. So it talks about how we recruit people and professionalize them about police, and how sad that the police would recruit people who would think about burning weed in the open,
right?
In places where people reside, so much that people are so high, people are so confused. They don't know
I mean, those SSs are everywhere, right? So even in the United States here, you know that people seize drugs.
Oh yes.
And then they steal from the evidence. They steal from the evidence locker for their own use. Or
yes. I'm saying that on the funny side, it's like
so that's a universal issue. Yeah.
The whole community will just be high just because they burnt
the police decided to wrongly.
yes.
Destroy.
Like the way the 77 parcel gone missing.
Yes, exactly. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It's been a really heated debate today. I like the discussion. We all know we are brothers. We all don't agree. We are weekend.
Thank you so much for all the party play in the conversation today.
Today, I own my brother a bottle of for the first time being
a bottle of what?
Malt.
Oh no! I don't want it. Give me a bottle of Akateshi. Let's go local. Let's promote made in Ghana stuff.
All right. So Lifetime, since you're on, tell us your last words and let's get out of here.
Yeah, I think we have a fruitful discussion today. Let's continue to call a spade when the need arises. Even though we are all political animals, sometimes let others try hard to speak truth to power. And that is the only way our country can develop. As the accounts will say, and this will say, Ghana is the country we all have. One day, in our retirement age, we would like to go back to enjoy what we have worked for. And if we don't do it right, it is before us. So on that note, the parliamentarian and the people in authority must know that whatever they are sowing today, it's before them. If it doesn't go against them today, it will go against their grandchildren or their great-great-grandchildren. The seed that they are sowing today is what will germinate for the future. So when they are privileged to be in a position of influence to make decisions, they should not just think about today. They must also look at the future.
Okay, great. So think not only about today, also look into the future, as decisions made today would come back to bite your future. Great. Thanks for the part you played today. You've been solid. We love it. And we definitely hope to have you next week as we table other very important issues affecting our nation for discussion. At this point, let me go to the almighty Kakape, who disagrees with everything you, Lifetime Legacy, have to say about the Supreme Court's ruling. Kakape, please tell us your last words as we bring this.
So for the record, I disagree, but I respect their opinion. I respect everybody's opinion. I like the energy, the vibes we put in, except the kind of what I sometimes feel is a threat. But if it's not a threat, that is perfectly fine.
Great.
Yes, I believe that. You see, there is a caveat that I hold. My party is in power right now, right? They have opportunity to fix a lot of stuff. If we are not going to fix it, we enjoy it because it suits us. Don't worry about it. We go into opposition and it's going to bite us, and we must enjoy it. We must get to the point where, in fact, I am changing my communication and political thinking. In fact, what we are opposing right now, if we come back in opposition and we want to say, we want to change our mind, no, don't go there. So anything we are enjoying, if you're getting some incumbency advantage, using the police, using whatever, you're not going to correct it to become a uniform playing field. Oh, when we go into opposition, enjoy it. Just as NDC one time, they had the opportunity to have changed a lot of stuff. You did not. Sit down and enjoy, But it is important that at all times, whatever we are doing, we have this nationalistic view that, in fact, if I were the one, will I be happy? If you're able to answer that question, do whatever you want to do. If you think it's good for you, that is fine. Having said that, I believe that what the Supreme Court did is good, and we have to go forward with it. And if they're going to go for a view, that is perfectly fine. So that is that. I think that based on what they said and our interpretation of it, I think they have to take a look at a place where they are. A deputy is elected from among them. I think that part of the constitution should be amended and become clear-cut. A deputy is not taken among them, and that is because we see we are going to have a situation where the opposition is in majority in parliament. It is going to happen one day. Absolutely. The opposition will be in a majority in parliament. Absolutely. And when it happens like that, what are you going to do? So we have to begin to look at our law in terms of this. In terms of all these things, and do the necessary. We don't have to get there and start boxing each other and stuff like that. That is what civility does, and that's what we got to do. Now, on matters of security, any country that does not take security serious is doomed. And if you think that is happening to someone else, it's not happening to me, then be careful. Now, we have to give credit to what Dampare has done so far, But when issues come, let us look at that issue and say, that no, we need to do something about it. For us to sit here and hear, we didn't get time to go through I don't know, Dampare was appointed last year, right? Yeah. So there has been a series of this Bullion thing, So it would be unfair to say that, we cannot put all the Bullion this thing on him. But when we are discussing this case of somebody within the force has been, identified, and then this happened.
Let me correct this. The first one did not happen under his watch.
Right. Well, here's the thing. As much as we praise him for all the good things he's doing, these things are happening under his supervision. So it's not like one. It happens multiple times.
Yeah, but I just want to put on the record that the first one that got this guy particular.
Yeah, but it is important.
Under his watch.
Yeah, hold on. So it is important to know that the last one that was foiled, there was something significant to it. I was thinking we were going to have a whole lot of time to discuss because I've taken my time. That one was a real bullion van. The previous one has not been a bullion van, so it was easy. The last one, they were shooting. It didn't go through. There were a police officer there who, tried to chase the others, and then it was foiled.
Right.
So
it was getting more violence. Let's put it that way.
Because it wasn't a bullion van. It was just something they call it like that. But the one that happened in February, the one that happened last month, that was foiled. That one was a real bullion van. So when they were shooting, it wasn't going inside. Else they would have killed them, and perhaps that would have been a success.
The state had to change the requirement. Or was it the banking supervisors had to change the requirement for what a bullion van?
The police were also complaining about that.
Exactly.
Right. To summarize, it is important that we take our security serious. Now, ask yourself that, right now, if somebody is supplying arms to the northern sector, passing through to Guinea or Mali or whatever, using Ghana as a illegal transit, is it going to go through? Can we answer that question? Yes. And we got to look at that. We got to look at issues about remuneration. We got to look at issues about pension for the police service. If they're complaining about all these things and they don't have enough accommodation, that person will be forced to do anything. That is what the human mind does. Will be forced to do anything. And if security forces are complaining too much, are not remunerated properly, and conditions of service and all that kind of stuff becomes a thing, and only Article 71 people are enjoying, know that one day, it will not be the bullion van, but it will be your house. Then you will know that security is an important issue we should not take for granted. Thank you very much for today. And to end, I will say that I've been on shows. I will always come here, even though we're going to box. This is one of the best show ever that that is why I always make time. And I would always make time for that. So continue to do what you do. You read wide, you challenge us, you bring various discussions and other stuff into the discussion, and that is great. That is a plus. And I also like my audience. They bash Kakape when Kakape is going off track. They will give it to Paul when Paul is good. They will praise my man because today, I don't know, today last time legacy, there was a pastor that prayed for him. He's been so sober. That is good. So thank you very much, audience. We appreciate you, and we're always going to come here and give you the best. God bless us.
Let's recognize quickly. Kofi is saying that you are the man. He says, you are my man for the day, Efa. So Efa, recognition is coming your way. And thanks for the vote of confidence. Of course, you are a big part of the program too. And without you, we wouldn't be where we are. Paul, you are still on. Do you want to give us a quick word or two before we go?
My closing remark is that Ifa has been very mischievous. Dr. Atu has been very propagandist on the show today. And they've been trying to not understand a simple, common, logical reason that we've been trying to give to them. But it's unfortunate that, as Ifa said, I also respect his stand. I respect their views as they respect my views. And as we move on, this program is going to be greater and greater. And I just want to say and end that we are all suffering. As of now, my brother Ifa is suffering.
All right.
And then Dr. Atu is suffering. Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo is suffering. I'm suffering. Alfred is suffering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thanks for taking the time. Even though you had family responsibilities, you were still able to hang with us for almost 4 hours. Really appreciate that, and we can repay you for the debt and the contribution you put into this program week after week. Guys, that is the show for today, the 12th of March 2022. Thanks for joining us. I have a comment here from Emmanuel that says, I love the man who ends the show. Yeah, you're talking about Paul DeSoso. Paul DeSoso is a great asset to the show, and we love him for all that he does to the show every week by coming to contribute regardless of the situation. So again, we've talked about some very important issues today. We looked at the ruling that came from the Supreme Court on the case of Justice Abdulai versus Attorney General of 2022. Of course, the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court. Whatever they say, we will respect. We have to respect it. But also we have our civic duties, which requires us to actually, review and analyze and, share our opinions on what we think about the rulings. What we think about the ruling is the Constitution was clear. There's no ambiguity. There's no law. The issue of rival interpretations actually is neither here nor there, because we didn't think that even the speaker or the deputy speaker, when he claimed that he should be counted towards quorum, even himself abstained from voting that day. That is just an indication of what he thinks about that provision of not or keeping the role of the speaker impartial as he presides over debates or decisions in Parliament. Well, also on the issue of the bowling van, we just think that something needs to be done. I don't necessarily trust the police to be the ones to clean themselves up, especially when they are the culprits or when among their ranks, a lot of the criminals who are actually inflicting the pain on the nation are found to be one of them, which is, we didn't even think of that was going to be the case before. But the symptoms are all there that our country is sick and needs to be rid of a lot of the diseases that are affecting us or socially impacting us. Like, of course, the criminality within even forces or people who we expect to be the ones who provide protections to us. On that note, I say thanks for watching. Again, my name is Alfred Amuzu, and this is the Ghana Agenda. If it is Saturday from 2 p.m. to whenever we drop, this is the place to be. Thanks for watching again. Please tell a friend to tell a friend. This is the best political, economic, and financial conversations with regards to issues in Ghana. We'll be back next week. Again, have a good rest of your week. Bye-bye.